Hey, how's everyone doing? I'm just reading the comments here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's been interesting in the comments. Seriously. Oh my goodness. Everyone's
Did
saying
you just see the most recent one that I think you might have deleted?
oh yeah, I banned that one about the foot stuff. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
interesting.
I was just about
Oh
to do it in
dear.
the chat.
I was either gonna highlight it on the stream or remove it entirely. So yeah, I banned them. No, I definitely banned them.
Remove
That
that
was
entirely. Yes.
thinking there was just a second of me that was like maybe this is worth putting up on the stream, but I'm like no, no. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, that gets the
Um,
ban hammer.
there's a little tiny bit of rotation actually. By the way, near Plantagenet near Alfred-ish area. It's super weak though, but something I'm watching. But so there's a lot of conversation. Everybody said I scared them. Oh, sorry. And next time I'll like whistle or something, so it's more gentle. So there's a lot of discussion over what our friend Connor Mockett said. He doesn't believe there's going to be any more development behind this line. Future Radar disagrees. So Future Radar thinks there's going to be another line blowing up behind this line. It is possible that Connor's right, and this ends up being it, and then maybe it's not as severe. But from what I'm seeing on Future Radar, it looks like there still could be more development in behind this main cluster. Now, it is possible that this main cluster washed out some of the energy, but there may be more time for recovery because it kind of came in early. This is the little minor rotation I'm talking about right here near Curran, but I don't know. It's super soft and super weak. We weren't expecting this initial line to really be anything. That's why we didn't go live earlier. Yeah, we really weren't expecting it to be that exciting. So we were just kind of waiting it out with this line here. Where is my... Oh, I see it. Okay. Yeah, so now machine learning is talking about this particular cell right here has a 4% chance of tornado risk, but it doesn't look that great. It doesn't look that organized, so we'll see what happens as it continues to move to the east. But it does have an opportunity to continue to strengthen. There is a little bit, like if you watch this little cluster here, it was kind of really soft rotation, still soft, starting to get a little bit more organized. If I go to tilt 2, it's a bit weaker. We're not really assuming that this initial line is going to be anything to worry about, but if we have some further development from the west, and it's possible, but it's possible it could be a washout. We'll see. But there is a tornado watch in place, so we have to take these storms seriously. Environment Canada definitely agrees that there is a risk today. Everything we saw from the model says this afternoon the environment is going to continue to increase in strength. So the supercell risk is going to increase. The VTP is going to increase. Everything is going to increase as far as strength is concerned. So we'll have to see how this does develop. But yeah, so I wouldn't. There's a lot of people saying, "Oh, it's already a bust," and I'm like, "Well, it's early. It's only 1:22 p.m. So let's hold our horses here." I'd say let's keep a good close eye on this as time develops, and see what is going to occur. But yeah, I don't think we're at bust stage yet. Let's see what happens with any more storm development that moves in from the west. Yeah, so yeah, everything we see model-wise says there could be some more development. We'll see. And again, this could be a washout. These things have happened before, but Richard says next line for 4:30-ish for Ottawa. Yeah, it's possible. Ali says if anyone hasn't downloaded their app, it's amazing. Thank you so much. You can download it at instantweatherapp.com. I'll put that link up on the bottom of the screen there. Loner and Pugsy says, what is the VTP? And Loner says, what is the current VTP? Let me double check. I think it's still a 1. Oh, no, it's a 2 now. Actually, it's a 2 right over that cell I was talking about. The VTP is now a 2 right over that storm I was talking about. That little bit of minor rotation. There's literally right here, it's a 2. Yeah, right in this exact pocket is the VTP is a 2. So yeah, there's some potential for this. I might go minor rotation just on this cell right here because at least I'm going to start drawing my polygon. It's one of those polygon days. I'm going to start drawing my polygon here just so we're prepped in case the next frame looks interesting. I like to do it early, just in case. I think we're still at a 5% tornado risk on that cell now, so it's slowly increasing on that cell. It won't be long until that moves into Quebec, but we'll see. This is a good question here. Eric says, "Hey Adam, is that line of storms in extreme eastern Ontario? Is that the only line, or are we expected to pop up from the west?" From what I'm seeing, I'm expecting more development from the west, so we'll see. Yeah, that minor rotation I was talking about just vanished. Go back a frame here. Give it a sec. Oops, there we go. Okay, so where was it here? It was there, and there we go. Yeah, it kind of washed out here, so much for my polygon. I should still get it ready, though. Give me just a moment, and I'll get that prepped in the background. I want to get everything ready just so when and if I have to create a polygon, I've mitigated any steps of doing so. I can just jump right into it. So open up my little map here. There we go. Okay. And let me just go to Eastern Ontario. I don't know why I have to sing for everything, but I do. It's something my grandma does too. Every time like my grandma walks into a room, she's always like, "Hello." She just sings all the time. Percentage of tornado hitting around Ottawa. I don't know. There is a very, very small percent for a tornado to hit any specific spot. You can't really say specifically which spots are the ones you want to pay attention to. It's this general area that has a chance, but we'll have to see how it goes. Richard says, my go-to weather apps are Instant Weather, My Radar, and Lightning Tracker. Anyone else care to add some? Richard, are you using Instant Weather Pro here, or are you just using the Instant Weather app? Let's see here. Hey, Justin. Hi, Adam. Big fan of weather here. Looking forward to some good coverage. Justin's joining us from way down in Texas, actually. I believe he's in the Dallas area. So he has been seeing some interesting weather as of late. Our thoughts are with all those affected by the tornadoes that were in Texas. I believe it was a preliminary EF3, but the damage looks potentially stronger than that. Buildings just completely destroyed. And then the one in Kentucky last night was unbelievable. So, yeah. Yep. It is brutal. Richard says, too cheap for pro. Haha, sorry. No, it's all good. No worries. Eventually, we'll do a monthly option. Right now, it's $99 for the year, which is like $825 a month. But eventually, we'll have a monthly option as well. Another squid says, I love Instant Weather Pro, but I'm also a radar nerd. Oh, cool. That's good. I'm a radar nerd, too. Can you tell? LaChris says, how long will you be streaming for? Probably until winter, I think. Usually we go from spring till fall. Oh, you mean today? I'm going to say... Smart. Why not? That's all I got. So I can pretend to be smart. LaChris, probably... That's hard to say. We'll see if this is a washout or not. If things increase in intensity, it's possible we're streaming until 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Maybe we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, because that next line we were seeing on Future Radar, that's what 4 to 4:30?
Yeah, it's 4-ish, 3-4-ish. So, yeah, if that does manifest itself, then we're probably tracking this all the way as it starts to move into Quebec. So it would be probably around, maybe we'd probably be going till about 7 o'clock. Future Radar is also talking about some storms popping up in southwestern Ontario, moving through Barrie, and then tracking out towards Bancroft as well. So we'll see if that even happens. There's no environment in that region, so they would probably be non-severe, but it would be interesting. Megan says, your grandma sounds like Mrs. Doubtfire. Yeah. Hello! Or whatever. Jeez. There's Cameron. Hi, Adam. Big fan of weather here. Looking forward to some good coverage. Cameron's joining us from Calgary as well. That's interesting here. Another squad said, notification of Instant Weather live stream just arrived on phone. Nice. Let's see here. Robert Hill Jr. says, Instant Weather Pro is definitely worth the investment. Great meteorological hub to get you through some of the craziness this weather world has to offer. That is an interesting way to phrase it. Thank you so much, Robert. I appreciate it. If you do want to subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, you can do so at instantweatherpro.com. And then you can watch the raw radar data update, just like we're doing here in the background. Yeah, lots of interesting stuff happening and lots of big updates coming to Instant Weather Pro as well. Very exciting stuff. So we're super stoked about that. The tornado risk on this cell has gone down to 4%, probably because that little weak meso we saw has weakened. And I can't wait till they install the noise canceling hardware on some of these stations. They installed it on King City, so that's gotten rid of the, if you notice these, what look like giant laser beams. So if I back out, especially on Franktown, you see these giant laser beams that are coming out of the radar. They're not actually laser beams. They are radio frequency interference that's causing this noise, this disruption. And what they've done on the King City radar is they've completely got rid of it, which is fantastic. So you can see it is all gone. It's beautiful. It looks like there is some of that development happening down by London. Yeah, nothing too exciting is happening down there at this point in time. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe a storm over by Sarnia. Not too much lightning. Just some heavy rain. We'll see. Yeah, so there's that. But yeah, as you can see here in the red area, we have a tornado watch for Eastern Ontario at this point in time. And right now it looks like a big washout, but it is very possible that we will have further development as we go into the afternoon. So we'll have to just, we're playing the waiting game at this point in time. We'll have to just carefully watch these storms, see what does occur, see if we have any clearing as well. I'm assuming that this here is noise. When you see stuff like this, when you're looking at, if you do have Instant Weather Pro, by the way, and you're looking at the different products. So on the left here we have reflectivity. So that's your rain. That would be hail. You know, that's precipitation. And on the right side we're looking at wind. When you have values that are like 46 kilometers an hour, 56, 44, or 43, then all of a sudden out of nowhere, well, thanks for ruining my example. Out of nowhere, you have 124 kilometers an hour. This is likely a pocket of noise. This is not actually a real value. The only way I would think this is a real value is if there was very, very strong winds surrounding it. Then it could be the apex of, you know, of a strong microburst or something to that extent. But when you have this very, very strong values only on 2 single bins, and then everything else around it is like boring, then it's likely noise. So I don't think that's anything interesting. Let's go to the next frame and see what is happening. Oops. Okay, so this is something interesting. There's some high values in here, but again, they really jump up from 35 to 119. Yeah, I don't think there's much going on there. Let's go to tilt 2, so a little bit higher up in the storm. And yeah, not seeing anything too exciting at that point. So yeah, we'll continue to watch this little cluster as it heads out to Quebec, but it is not the main focus right now. The main focus is going to be what we have happening down here. At some point in time, we'll see is we should have some redevelopment of storm activity west of Kingston. It's not a for sure thing. It is possible that Connor is correct and that the environment has gone down the drain, but I don't know. I'm still seeing high VTP values. There's still expected to be high supercell values. We'll have to see how this does develop. Let's see here. All right. Yeah, so still there's a VTP of 1 down by Kingston, and there is a VTP of 1 over here and a 2 right on that line. So we'll see how this builds over time. We have lots of time to kill here, folks, so but I wanted to jump on the live stream just to answer some of those questions because I saw a lot of folks in the comments I saw a lot of folks in the comments being like, "Oh, this is not happening," or yada yada yada. It's like, hold your horses. Let's take this one step at a time here. If this does become a bust, that would be great. We don't want to see tornadoes in Ontario, but we'll have to see how this develops. Thank you so much for the super chat, Kimberly. Wondering how things look between Elgin, Ontario to Ajax, leaving in the hour, taking the 401. It could be wet, but I think you're okay. There is no risk to the west today. We're not seeing any risk in southwestern Ontario. Maybe some storms are going to pop up, but the overall environment there is quite weak. So the only strong risk today is going to be in eastern Ontario, from what we can see. I think Brendan added the forecast map to. Yeah, he did. Okay, so here's the actual forecast map for today. As you can see, there is a marginal risk. We put like a low isolated risk for the green areas. So southwestern Ontario through central Ontario, through the GTA, Niagara, up into areas a little bit further north. There's a little tiny chance of severe weather there, but it's quite questionable. And as you can see, to the east, when we get into the yellow areas and the orange areas, that's when we're expecting a stronger chance of severe weather. We'll have to see how the environment recoups from all of this initial rain, but we've got many hours to watch. So cozy up, and we'll see what happens here. It looks like interesting. It looks like we did have some higher percentages from one of the machine learning areas, but it may have disappeared. What time was that at? 1:30? Yeah, it looks like that might have been brief and then disappeared. And that was near... Oh, that was in Quebec. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Yeah, that must have vanished. Must have been there, but then vanished. Okay. Looks like it was a brief glitch. Anyway, so that's your forecast map right there. If you are watching this on your phone or your tablet, definitely turn it sideways so it's widthwise. It'll be a lot easier to see that forecast map. For example, if you're watching it like this, turn your phone sideways, and then you'll get the full widescreen. Even better, if you throw us on your TV, it's a lot easier to see the city names. It's a lot easier to see a lot of the details we're talking about. A little bit tricky when you look at it on your phone. I wonder if this cell was the one that machine learning was losing it over, because that is interesting. This is probably noise, but whoa, if it's not. I mean, it is co-located right with this cell here. This could be a little bit of rotation. Let me look at tilt 2. It's probably nothing. Oh. Oh boy. Never mind. That is something. If that's strong on tilt 2. See tilt 3? Yeah, it's still kind of there on tilt 3. Okay. All right. If you are northeast of Low, Quebec, this is looking like a little baby supercell. Yeah, it's kind of coming together there, and it's moving to the northeast. I'm going to send a polygon to our friends in Quebec here. Right, so just northeast of Low. Yeah, that is cooking pretty good. Okay, polygon time. So machine learning was on the ball with that one. I see Low right there. There we go. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to send this polygon for those who are in areas northeast of Low. Yeah, and it's still going strong on that next frame. Lac du... I don't even know how to pronounce this. Brochet. Brochette? Lac du Brochette? If you are in that area, that is a rotating supercell right now. That looks like it's cooking pretty good, actually. Let me just get a better look at what we're talking about here. Just northeast of Low. Okay, let me see. So there's that. Okay. And it would be this cell right here. Okay, I've got it. I'm making a polygon around it. And I'm going to stretch that pretty far to the northeast. And send a polygon. Send a notification out to all those in the path. I don't know how many folks we're going to have in that area, which is getting into relatively rural Quebec. But let's see here. Up into the foothills here. I storm chased once in Quebec into the foothills, and storm chasing in foothills is dangerous. Man, you couldn't see anything. All of a sudden, the storm was on top of you.
Up in that area last spring. Really gorgeous area. Low, Casabaswa. Great spot.
It's beautiful. Terrifying for storm chasing, but definitely.
Oh yeah, I definitely wouldn't chase up there, but
like the rolling hills and the huge trees, and there's a couple times that if a tornado had came over the hill, we got ourselves into a weird spot we couldn't get out of. We had to backtrack, and it's like if something came over that hill, we would have been in a bad spot. But anyways, okay, we've detected rotation on this storm just northeast of Low, Quebec, tracking to the northeast towards, let's see here. What did I say again? Brochette?
Brochet. You don't pronounce the T.
Yeah, why am I saying the et? Anyways, yeah, Brochet. That makes a lot more sense. Actually, towards, it's in northeast near Jules right now. Jules. It's right near Jules. So, and the timing here is 1:39. Oops, that's the wrong one. 1:39 update QC. There we go. Okay. That looks good. 91 people in my polygon. Cool. All right, so 91 folks are going to get this notification. That looks like some strong rotation there. So could have some tornado potential on that one right there. All right, sending out that notification right now. If you happen to be in Jules, Quebec, or Lac du Brochet, you are going to get that notification right now. And yeah, so it looks like, yeah, this is areas north of Ottawa, areas northwest of Montreal. Definitely seeing some rotation there. Definitely. So I'm going to post that actually to a different Twitter account of ours, because I don't think we have a Quebec account, but I will post it to our regular instant weather account here. Just want to make sure that it gets tagged. Okay, let me just tackle that right now. Give me just 1 second. Just want to make sure I get the information out to the folks who are in the path of that storm. This is a hashtag instant_weather on Twitter is where I'm going to send that to right now. Give me just a moment, and I will do that.
Looks like Dom, I believe that's Dom from our team, is asking to check Ingleside.
Okay.
Might be a different Dom, but not too
It's probably Dom. There's not that many Doms. I would assume it's that particular Dom. Oh, okay. This right here. Is this what he's talking about? Ingleside? Where's Ingleside? You want to double check if that's Ingleside? I think he's probably talking about this area here. Northwest of Alfred. Yeah, this is actually looking interesting too. Let's see what's going on in Tilt 2 here. Tilt 2 doesn't have much, probably noise, but it does look pretty interesting. Let me look at it from, okay. Yeah, it's still kind of there from the Montreal radar. Yeah, that's looking interesting. Is he talking about, is that what he's talking about, Alana? That same area? Do you want to double check what Ingleside is?
Yeah, west of Cornwall.
Oh, west of Cornwall. Oh, maybe this?
Do you want to try a search function on?
Yeah, it probably works. I don't want to use it up because there's only a 25,000 hits on it. I don't want to use any of them up, so I'd rather just like Google it. We'll probably run into that problem later, where folks go to download our app and the location search doesn't work. So download our app now. Now would be the better time. Let's see here. Okay, so I am just checking a few different things here. Ingleside, interesting. I'm not really that excited about what I'm seeing down there, but I am more interested in what I am seeing. I am more interested in what I'm seeing over there, up near Quebec. I did want to maybe go minor rotation on this cell right here because it's kind of starting to get it together. Almost a little bookend. Oh, did it vanish on the next frame? We'll see. Kind of. Let's go see what our other cell's doing. Other cell's continuing to go strong here, up near Jules. So we'll see what happens with that cell. I did want to get that on Twitter here. Let me go do that quick. I gotta send that to myself. Okay, give me just a moment. Literally send it to myself in Messenger. That's how I send things to myself all the time. I send a message to myself in Messenger. Okay, copy. There we go. Give me just a moment. Just want to let our friends in Quebec know what's up. That storm is kicking it up a notch. There we go. Okay. Hopefully everybody up near Jules, Quebec is staying safe. Rotation detected. And shift gear to do this by hand, but I can. There we go. Okay. All right, looks good to me. And let me just put the image to it. Be nice if this was automated. I wouldn't have to do that. Better change the time to 1:44 because I'm posting this a bit late. There we go. It was sent. Okay, cool. So that's on Twitter as well too. We posted it to our Quebec page, and that should help clarify what's happening up there right now. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, let's get back to radar. I was fairly interested in this development over here, but it has weakened some. Let me make sure what tilt we're on here. Oopsie. Let's go back to tilt 1. Okay. Let's check the Montreal radar. The storm is actually maybe closer to the Montreal radar than it is to Franktown. I say the Montreal radar. What I'm referring to is Blainville. The Blainville radar. Yeah, it's interesting. Ontario's still pretty boring right now, which is good. We want it to be boring. We don't want it to get exciting. But if it does, we'll be watching. As per always. Let's see here. A little bit of development here in Southwestern Ontario. Nothing too exciting. This is a lot of radar noise for those who are following on Instant Weather Pro. This is just a bunch of noise. This is not anything to be concerned about. It's really, really messy. Difficult to see what's going on here because it's so messy. But yeah, just some noise down here. Again, we said there's maybe an isolated low risk of severe weather in deep southwestern Ontario, but it is a bit questionable. Interesting. So that storm northeast of low still has some potential on there. This storm right here is at a 9. They're actually calling it a 9% tornado risk on it with machine learning here. This is this storm right here, talking about a 9% tornado risk on this. I wonder if they're taking into account some of the noise values. Could be. I say they, I mean the machine, but I'm referring to them as they. This has actually a little bit of a bookend vortex hook to it, and there is some really strong values in here. So, let's see. Yeah, that could also be some minor rotation there. I think we'll get that one more frame. Let's go take a look at correlation coefficient. Just want to make sure there's no debris signature or something. Okay, no. All right, I'll get that one more frame. Let's see what tilt 2 is doing as well. Tilt 2, yeah, there's some broad rotation on tilt 2 right there. So it's kind of coming together. I bet you on the next frame it gets more interesting. So, all right, prepare my polygon again. That's what I do. I prepare polygons. All right, let's see here.
In the meantime, Adam, seeing a lot of
Yes.
comments from parents who would have to pick up their kids from school in the 3:30 to 4:30 range around Ottawa that kind of concerned about timing of storms. If you want to maybe touch on that.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, folks. Your kids are already at school. I mean, if there was something strong, it'd probably be better if they stayed in the school because it's a strong structure. Typically, probably built stronger than most homes. I know there's no basement there, which is kind of tricky, but I mean, you would need an absolutely significant tornado to be able to take down a building like that. But yeah, I would say it's hard to say for timing. So we're just going to have to see what's going on here. Yeah, we'll just have to see what happens. So if storms, remember, we're still kind of on the fence of, is there going to be another strong line? It seems possible. We don't know for sure. There is a tornado watch in place. Remember, it's watch for a warning. So the tornado watch does not mean take shelter now. It means there could be the potential for tornado development today. It's not talking about right now. It's a watch. So right now we're in a watch. There's no warnings yet. There hasn't been any severe thunderstorm warnings. There hasn't been any special weather statements. There hasn't been any advisories. There hasn't been any warnings at all. So we're still waiting for probably the next line of storms to develop to see if they continue to strengthen. The environment does look like it could recover. So we'll have to see what happens with that. But as of right now, so far it looks pretty washed out. This could end up being a wash or a bust, as some people like to refer to. But that is not a guarantee at this point in time. We are still watching closely to see how this develops. Yeah. So it's hard to really kind of give you any feedback on what to do with your children in school. I would say let's just proceed as normal for now, and then let's check on the forecast as things develop to see what happens. But right now, I would just proceed as normal for now. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, give me just one sec. I will be right back. I just have to answer a question, and I will be right back with you. Hey there, folks. I'm back. Um, yeah, our dog is, oh boy, seen some rotation here. Our dog is, vomiting quite a bit and maybe vomited up some blood, which is not great. Anyways, so I was taking him to the vet. Oh boy, Flynn. NZP Chasers, Francis just said, we just got a big funnel cloud southwest of Hawkesbury, but it currently dissipated. But I am seeing some rotation right here, actually. This is actually looking quite interesting here. This really kicked it up a notch. I'm gonna post rotation update right now on that cell, right now. So that is northwest of Van Leek Hill, tracking to the northeast towards Grenville. That is definitely showing some rotation, and I'm gonna post a rotation update for that right now. Let me just do this quickly here. Heading up towards Castburn and Grenville. Let's see here. Let me just see exactly which direction it's going. To the northeast, northeast. And that is definitely showing some rotation right there. I'm going to do an update right now. My little guy's all right. Oh, dear. Rotation detected on the storm. Where is it exactly? It is on the storm near Caledonia Springs, tracking to the northeast towards Castburn and yeah, I'll just say towards Castburn, etc. Castburn, etc. On the storm in far eastern Ontario, near and the time here is 1:56. It'll be 1:57 when I post this. 1:57, and clickety. And let me send a notification right now. I'll go back to it. Okay, 1:57. Sending right now to 195 folks in the path of that one. Yeah, so Francis did say he had a funnel cloud near Hawkesbury, but it has dissipated, so which means it has kind of fallen apart. But yeah, that is obviously something to be considering right now and watching closely. But we are seeing that rotation from the Blainville radar over right now. Let's see if it's on multiple tilts. Give me just a second here. And that is pretty close to Quebec at this point in time. Heading up towards L'Original, Hawkesbury. Oh, it's kind of towards Hawkesbury. I wonder if maybe that's the cell he's on. Oh, that must be the cell he's on right now. Yeah, that's the cell Francis is on right now, because he said Hawkesbury right there. So he is on that cell. He is east of that cell watching that storm roll in. So Francis is on that one right now. And we'll have to see if he has any updates from that. Brendan, if you're around, you can you probably bring up his photo as well if you'd like. Francis has mentioned that he doesn't mind if we put his stuff up on the stream. If you're available. If not, it's okay. Yeah. Oh boy. And again, that's the area with VTP of 2 right now. Stage B says does the subscription have the velocity radar too? Yeah, if you subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, then oh, did I say it wrong? L'Orignal. It looks like original, but L'Orignal. I see.
L'Orignal.
L'Orignal. Okay.
Yes.
I see. MKD says, I hope your dog is okay. Thank you very much. I hope so too. Oh boy. Let's see here. So, but yeah, we are seeing a rotation couplet right here near Caledonia Springs, tracking to the northeast, which will eventually head into Quebec. This is that is the Quebec border right here. So it's getting really close to Quebec, but it's tracking to the northeast. That storm is certainly a concern. That one up we were watching before by low, I think it may have weakened. Because it looks, where we had that polygon here, you can see it. It looks like it may have weakened. It was a lot stronger several frames ago, but now it has weakened quite a bit. But yeah, this is definitely kicking it up a notch. 6% tornado risk on that cell. Francis did report a brief funnel on that one as well too. And Yeah, so there's that. This is definitely if you're northwest of Van Leek Hill, if you're near Blue Corners, um, Caledonia Springs, Richance, Casburn, Village Lanthier, Evanturel. I'm spelling things from now on. I'm not pronouncing anything ever again. Okay. Yeah, if you're in those areas, that is kicking it up a notch. I'm guessing Brennan's not around. That's okay. Did we lose Brennan?
I'm here, but
Right.
I don't have like X all up because of that. We don't want to search stuff on the stream, but I'm gonna work on that.
Okay, maybe you
so
can
we
just
can have like approved people who have given us permission on a certain stream.
yeah.
Show it on here.
That's all good. I'm pretty sure
But
I can probably
won't be
bring it up.
today.
That's okay. I can bring it up. I have the technology here. Let's see. Let me see what I can do here. But yeah, that storm is still at a 6% tornado risk on that particular cell. Oh boy, did it just increase in strength drastically. Yeah, definite rotation right here near Blue Corners, Casburn. Yeah, heading. This is the Quebec border. This is extreme eastern Ontario, right near the Quebec border. But this is definitely showing rotation, and I wouldn't be surprised if this was to produce relatively soon. And Francis is on it right now. Yeah, tilt 2 looks strong. Tilt 3 probably looks good. Yep. Yeah, this is definitely getting it together. There's a VTP of 2 in this area. This is looking strong. So I wouldn't be surprised. Sally says getting darker near Hawkesbury. Yeah, this is coming pretty close to Hawkesbury. It's going to be getting close, but it's heading right towards that. However you pronounce that again. L'Original. That's obviously not how you pronounce it. L'Original. Okay, my son is taking French. He could probably do better than
It's French for moose.
French for moose. Oh. If you're near the French moose area, this is a problem. Yeah, this is looking strong. This is definitely a rotating supercell tracking into that area right now. Again, Francis is on the storm.
Tornado warning has been issued.
That makes perfect sense. Yes, tornado warning has now been issued for this particular storm. This storm is looking quite strong. Yeah, let me just hit refresh here and probably bring up that polygon. Won't be long. There we go. Tornado warning right here. Yeah, tornado warning has been issued for this storm. So there's people that are going to get this tornado warning that are down in Russell and Castleman and Bourget and Clarence Rockland. This is not for you. The only area that is of concern is this area right here near Blue Corners, Caledonia Springs, Casburn, L'Original.
Not bad. Terrible. You got it. Already seeing
enough.
Reports of people getting the tornado warning in Ottawa.
Okay, yeah, exactly. If you're in Ottawa, there is no tornado warning for you. The tornado warning is east of Ottawa. The only thing that matters for this storm is this rotation right here. This is where we're seeing strong rotation. Let me back up so you can see where Ottawa is. Ottawa is way over here. No tornado warning. Way to the east. This is east of Clarence Rockland. This is northwest of Van Leek Hill. And this is a problem. This is a rotating supercell. I wouldn't be surprised if this produced, and that is a pretty strong mesocyclone right there. So Dave says, where are the watches issued in Eastern Ontario? Pretty much most of Eastern Ontario. If you can see all the areas in dark red here, so all the way down to Kingston, all the way over to Renfrew, and through Ottawa area. This is where the tornado watch is, not the tornado warning, the tornado watch. Eric says, Clarence Rockland, tornado warning. Yeah, exactly. You got the tornado warning, but you are not in the path of this rotating supercell. The only area of concern is right near the Quebec border, near Blue Corners, Evanturel. It's Evanturel. Evanturel. And near Casburn, near Moose in French, and Domaine. This is in Quebec here. Domaine Taillefer. That area right there, this is the area of concern. This is a rotating supercell. Really kicked it up a notch on the Look how quickly this happened. So on this frame, I would have been like, this storm is boring on radar. 6 minutes later, we've got a funnel cloud report, and we've got a tight rotation couplet. The next frame, the whole thing is a big, strong mesocyclone. Within 3 frames of radar, this has gone from boring to tornado warned. So that's how quickly these things can change. So 7% tornado risk on that cell. It looks quite organized at this point in time. This storm down here has a 5% tornado risk on it, but there's nothing going on velocity. The storm kind of near Cornwall here. Nothing going on velocity with that storm at this point in time. Yes, so that is interesting. I hope everybody's staying safe up there. It's not great. Yeah, Francis is on that storm. He just posted some more photos. I'm gonna bring this up. I have the power. 1 second here. I have the technology. I can bring up Francis's stream. Let me just go find him right here. NZP Chasers. Okay. Yeah, he just posted some more photos. Oh boy. Let's bring those up. He's on that storm right now. She is rotating strongly. It almost looks like he's got a little funnel on one of them, on one of his photos here. And he did have a funnel cloud earlier, but it looks like a funnel on this new one. Let me just bring this up here 1 sec. And bring up Francis's photo. He's at NZP Chasers. NZP Chasers, if you want to be Canadian about it. Go to studio mode. Twitter report. Okay. Okay, let me just shrink this down a little bit. Give me a second. Okay, so this is his photo right here. Let me just lock it down. Okay. All right. Let me transition to that. So this is Francis's photo. NZP Chasers on Twitter. And from what I can tell there, it looks like, if you look at the very bottom, it looks like there's a little bit of a funnel cloud there reaching to the bottom. This is definitely rotating wall cloud, and it looks like this development of maybe some little wispy funnels, if not turning into a legit funnel. The latest radar update looks even more organized. So this is NZP Chasers. Give him a follow on Twitter if you're on Twitter right now. Yeah, so there's that. Let me jump back to Instant Weather Pro, and let me just organize my windows here. Give me a second. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so that is a strongly rotating supercell, and it looks like it's even stronger on the latest frame. Let me just jump to the Blainville radar, and you can see that this is getting even more organized here. And this is where he is right now. So organized rotation just about to cross into Quebec. Tornado warning for this particular storm. Again, if you are west of Quebec, basically. If you're not in Quebec, then this is not an issue for you right now. So if you're in Clarence Rockland, if you're in Castleman, if you're in Russell, if you're in Ottawa, and we heard people are getting the tornado warning in Ottawa, even though they're quite a ways away from the storm. Maybe you're close to a cell phone tower that can reach you, probably from here, I would think. But yeah, Ottawa is not in the path of this storm. The storm is going into Quebec right now, and it is not a concern for those who are in the Ottawa area. But yeah, you can see organized rotation there, continuing to stay organized. We'll see what that storm does, but hopefully everybody stays safe that is in Quebec as this starts to cross the border from Ontario into Quebec right now. But Francis is on that storm, so we will continue to watch for his updates. Francis NZP Chasers on Twitter, at NZP Chasers, if you want to give him a follow there. Yeah, so be safe out there, Francis. Hopefully he's okay, and we continue to watch that. So that got interesting pretty quick. Pretty quick. Oh, hi, Oreo Cat. I just noticed that you're in the comments here. Quiet Streams said wind went from dead quiet to pretty windy in Cornwall. Yeah, if you're in Ottawa, folks, you're okay. This has nothing to do with Ottawa. You may have received a tornado warning. That's a systematic error. This is the same thing that happened yesterday and the same thing that happened a few days ago for Barrie. Barrie got a tornado warning when there was no tornado warning in Barrie. What else happened the other day? What was it? London and Windsor got tornado warnings yesterday, and there was no tornado warning for London or Windsor. So, yeah. So, hey, when you get tornado warnings, if you're like, this seems odd, just jump on our live stream, and then we'll let you know that you don't have the tornado warning. And also, if you did actually get the tornado warning, and you think maybe the tornado warning's for you, like let's say, for example, you live in Russell, and you're like, I'm under tornado warning. Should we seek shelter? Nope. No, you shouldn't. Because the only storm that is a problem here is the one that is now starting to weaken over by Le Mousse. So the word original means moose in French. Am I gathering that correctly?
L'Orignal, yes. The moose.
But this means moose.
Yes.
Original means moose. Okay. All right. If you're near the original moose, that's where the storm passed through. And it looks like it's tracking into Quebec. But again, it actually looks like it's weakening. So that's good news. That was quick. It got interesting, and it's already starting to weaken. So I wouldn't be surprised if they end up dropping that tornado warning relatively soon. They did extend the tornado warning into Quebec, so that's good news for the moose people. Okay, let's see here. Yes, but there's still some rotation on it. It's not as strong as it was. You can see, if you look at the values here, you can see how bright it is here. Like it looks bright, it looks really organized. And then see the next one, how it starts to soften and get to the darker greens. It was definitely very, very sharp and bright here. That's when Francis got the funnel cloud. And then that's when it started to broadly rotate. There was a wall cloud. Now it's getting softer. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if it continues to weaken a bit there. But the environment's pretty strong, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Matt says the tornado warnings on the Cornwall radio. Jennifer says, look how it's spelled. It's not original. Oh.
Yeah, you're throwing in an extra letter there.
I'm adding an extra I?
Yeah, there's no
it's
I.
original. It's original.
And.
And then so obviously pronounced more French. Yeah. What's going on here? 22.
In the comments said, think of it as an N with a squiggle, which I don't remember the name of in Spanish. It's the ña. So like El Nino.
Oh, it's Niña. Yes. Like El Nino.
Kind of the similar idea.
El Muso. Okay, so we have actually, machine learning went up to 22% tornado risk right over Le Mousse. I'm just going to call it Le Mousse from now on because it's a lot easier for me to pronounce. Obviously, I don't know how to pronounce things, so I'm going with Le Mousse, if everybody's okay with that. It looks like it has weakened even more. So that has weakened. So for our friends in Quebec, this continues to weaken northwest of Hawkesbury. Whoa, it was very interesting there for a few frames, but that kind of shows you how strong the environment is here, that something can go from nothing to tornado warned in 3 frames of radar, which is 6-minute intervals. So within 18 minutes, you can go from nothing to tornado warned. Birdie says it doesn't mean moose. It doesn't mean moose? Quiet Stream says, honestly, I like Le Mousse. It doesn't mean moose?
Yes, it does.
Well, which is it? Does it mean moose? Birdie's wrong. So and then Jennifer says it does mean moose. Yes, it does, says Elise. Yes, it does. It technically means the moose. Sounds like a radio station. 92.4, the moose. Actually, isn't there a moose radio station?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Most of Muskoka is covered by it.
Look, it's B says, Google says moose. Amber says, I'm down with Le Moose. Let's see here. Somebody is writing a bunch of stuff in French that I can't read. Somebody could translate this. I'm pretty sure she's saying that it means moose. Hannah says it does mean the moose. Google says so, and Google is always right. No, that's not true. Google is definitely not always right. Actually, you know what they're doing now too is they're putting their the AI response now at the top of Google, and then supposedly there's a lot of examples of it being completely wrong.
Oh, that has been a mess.
That is a mess.
I think
Brendan comes out of nowhere just for this.
I was getting dressed and I actually in the mirror, my ear. I just
Brandon's
sat
like,
down.
tornado
I
warning?
was like,
Whatever. And then he's like, oh, something wrong with AI? Oh, let me jump in.
I'm an expert on AI.
Okay. Oh, it's 100.1 the moose. That's right. Definitely sounded like it.
Yeah, I wanted to give in on this too. Mooses.
Oh, no, not mooses.
Don't
Please,
even
Brandon,
start.
please.
It's
That was
meese.
amazing when he said that, though. Yeah, it's meese. We've discussed this. It's not
Meese.
mooses. It's meese. Just like goose and geese. Look at B says maybe it's one of those European versus Quebec French things. Perhaps it's the France versus Quebec.
Well,
Maybe.
from what I saw before I lost that comment, it's like depending on where you're from, it could be Delan, which is I think more translated around here as elk.
Hmm. Ah. So it might not be moose. It could be elk. Interesting. Is it? Okay, so let's see here. Still some very broad weak rotation here. There's still tornado warning for areas in extreme eastern Ontario, but this storm is now crossing the border
To
into
clarify,
Quebec.
it just ended for Eastern Ontario.
Well, that was easy. All right, so it has ended. So that got interesting really quickly, and then didn't. So we'll see what happens here. It weakened pretty quickly. It weakened just as quickly as it got going. Francis just posted big cone northwest of Hawkesbury. Yeah, he sees there's a big cone kind of funnel. Looks like a wall cloud, but it's kind of turning into a funnel. And he said just northwest of Hawkesbury. So yeah, he's still on this storm, and it's still kind of got a cone wall cloud, almost kind of cone funnel. So this still could be an issue for those in Quebec. Francis is continuing to track it, and I'm sure he'll go further up into Quebec with that one as well too. So, but it looks like it's weakening. Laugh says Ottawa in the clear. Yeah, Ottawa's fine for now. We'll have to see if more storms develop from the west. So far, it looks pretty messy, and this has been the concern that it would be kind of a washout today and nothing would really get going. But obviously, even with that concern, we did have funnel cloud report. We did have some pretty strong activity here in extreme eastern Ontario, and so we're gonna have to continue to watch this. But again, we're talking about storms continuing to develop potentially, potentially to the northeast as well. So we'll see. Moving to the northeast from areas like down here. Maybe this little Belleville area will kind of get going. Future Radar has been talking about more storms developing, but that could change quickly. So I'm going to go check. Let me go check. Could have some small hail in southwestern Ontario as well. We're not expecting a lot of activity down there, but storms should actually end up moving through parts of Simcoe County potentially from southwestern Ontario. Yeah, we could still have more development. It's possible. We could still have more activity. So we have to just kind of wait and see. We're just going to have to watch closely. More folks are joining in the comments. It does mean moose. One second here. Oh, Crystal said, ugh, just got a random ad. Yeah, sometimes YouTube just forces the ads through our channel, so there's not much we can do about that. We try to dial down the settings as much as we can, but it seems that YouTube continues to force ads for folks. So our apologies. Hopefully they're quick. Hopefully they let you skip them. Yeah, that's just how things go with the YouTube. Our apologies for that. We do make revenue off it, if that's obviously a good thing, but I know it is kind of annoying that does happen. So we'll see what goes on with these storms. Let's see here. North American elk, someone said. Interesting. And Make says, just got another tornado warning for Alfred. Yeah, there's literally, at this point in time, this is not referring to any risk that is happening in Ontario. What's going on here? Is this noise? I hope this is noise. Again, we were talking about this early on in the stream, where you have like values of like 55 kilometers an hour, 65 kilometers an hour, and then you have these 4 bins that say they're 145 kilometers an hour. That's typically noise, but let's see here. And there's nothing on tilt 2. If you're using Instant Weather Pro here and you see something like that, jump up to tilt 2 and see if you can see it happening on tilt 2. And if it's happening on tilt 2, then maybe it's not noise. That storm still has a 13% tornado risk that is just crossing the border into Quebec right now, which is this one right here. So it still has a risk, especially for those who are in Quebec, just northeast of Ontario, near the Grenville area, up towards Avoca, Rockcliffe area. It looks like it gets pretty rural up here. This is getting into the foothills here, and it gets pretty rural at this point. But yeah, obviously there's still folks up there. This does seem to be increasing, this little area right here. Even though this is noise, this does seem to be increasing. You can see it's soft, stronger, and gets even stronger here, right near the rollway area. So we'll keep watching that little cell to see what happens with it. It's definitely kicking it up a notch. But the storm that was under the tornado warning has now moved into Quebec. So it is not an issue for Ontario at this point in time. But there are more storms here that we have to watch closely. There's this storm near Alexandria, which is kind of starting to get its act together. It looks a little bit more organized at this point. We go to Franktown. It's interesting. Hey, actually, that little area I was talking about looks a lot more interesting. It looks a lot more interesting when you go to the Franktown radar, which is a little further away. Yeah, Franktown's quite a bit further. Actually, no, Franktown's actually closer. I'm seeing this little signature on both radars, which initially looked like noise. But, I mean, this does look like noise. Let's see what it looks like on tilt 2. Tilt 2 just looks quite windy, but it is increasing in strength. Huh. What is going on with that little cell? It's right in the... Okay, let's see here. Yeah, it's right in the little... I'm going to do a little polygon for this just as a precautionary thing. Oh, we didn't go live on Facebook when the tornado warning went up? Wah, wah, wah. Should probably have done that, but okay. We normally go live on Facebook when things get really interesting. But in this particular case, we did not. Oof. But these things happen. Yeah. I don't know if we had a touchdown. I mean, yeah, I think our initial idea was if something touches down, then we'd go live on Facebook. And I don't think we had a touchdown. And we had a very experienced storm chaser right on scene. So Jenna says, is Lamousse in the clear now? Yep. I think you're okay. There is the storm there is this storm over here southeast of Clarence Rockland that I'm keeping a close eye on. It's getting hot in this room. What is it? 27. Oh my goodness. Let me crank my... Yeah, the tornado warning has ended in Ontario. And so it's only for Quebec at this point in time. But we'll continue to watch. Let me just make that polygon. I want to go make that polygon because something's going on with that little cell. I don't like the look of it. I don't know what it's doing, but I'm keeping a close eye on it. Which is this cell right here, east of Clarence Rockland, tracking to the northeast. I feel like the next frame it could get even more interesting. Remember how quickly that last storm kicked it up a notch? So it's this cell right here. Let me just zoom in on it. It's this cell just north of Glenburn at the moment, and heading towards Plantagenet. I'm gonna make a little Plantagenet, not Planta. Plantagenet. It sounds so much nicer when you say it properly. Plantagenet. Okay. Yeah, I see it here. Okay. And all right, I got a little polygon prepped for that one. I'm not sending it yet. I'm waiting for the next radar update, which should be soon. 6 minutes couldn't come fast enough. Let's see here. Yeah, it should be soon. Yeah, if you're in... It looks like Hawkesbury could be getting in some pretty heavy-duty winds here, but the storm in question is to the north, moving into Quebec. The tornado warning continues for Quebec, but has been dropped for Ontario. We're going to leave our little rotation polygon just for a few more frames until it's out of it. And we'll have to see. Connor's posting about that storm down here. He's saying this area right here looks interesting, and I agree. It actually is starting to kick it up a notch. That's kind of the next area to watch as well too. So there's 2 areas I need to get a polygon ready for. Got a polygon ready for that as well too. I might go minor on that one, which is oh, we just got an update. This little pocket of something continues here up by the rollway, Jessup Falls. Definitely continuing to look interesting. It looks like a lot of noise, but let's check out Blainville here. That little part of the storm that Connor was talking about is not really doing it yet, but it could over the next little bit. It's this Alexandria storm that is kicking it up a notch. Still some rotation on the tornado-warned storm in Quebec. And there's that area we were talking about from Blainville. It looks like just wind at this point in time. It looks like that was just noise. Yeah. You can see, especially if you do the frame before and the frame after, so you can see there's no really strong wind values. Then there's this like 145 kilometer an hour, which obviously is noise. And then on the next frame, it's gone. Now, if you look at it from, if you look at it from Franktown, keep hiccuping. If you look at it from Franktown, still some really strong noise values in here. But if you look at it from Tilt 2, there's no noise at all. So that's probably just a little pocket of noise. It's definitely one to watch as it continues to track to the northeast. Plantagenet, somewhere in the Plantagenet area.
Hey, Adam.
Yeah.
Just want to let you know I'm going to be dipping out for a bit because I have to go to the appointment.
Okay,
I'll
no
be
worries.
back shortly. I'm going to put you on solo mode so there won't be any graphics. But Alana's in the background and she'll add like warnings and that if needed to the ticker so people can still see the warnings.
Okay, cool. That's great. Awesome.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate
See you
it.
soon. Bye.
See you soon. Bye. Thank you, Brennan, for that. Oh boy, I got the whole stream to myself. I mean, other than, obviously, Alana's here, but I mean, visually to myself. Hi, everyone, I get the whole screen. Now city names are easier to read. Let's see here. Someone said, Adam, hi. Someone said I only hear music. I don't think we have any music on the stream right now. I don't think so.
No, they might have just turned it on and it started at the beginning of the stream.
Ah, that's right. You might be looking at earlier in the stream. Katia, Katia says, I'm curious. It seems like the front line already passed over Ottawa, but Toronto Watch is still on until 9 p.m. Are they possibly embedded? Or are we expecting another squall line? We might see some more development. We'll see. I think M's watching the start of the stream. You definitely hear me now. You might want to refresh your stream. Can somebody, actually, Alana, do you mind posting to EMELOTE that you might want to refresh the stream?
Yep, I'm on it right now.
Ali says, Adam, don't be afraid. Alana has your back. Oh, of course she does. And I'm not afraid. It's all good. It's all good. Brennan left me. He left me. That's okay. It's all good. That was a Jurassic Park quote, by the way, if anybody caught that. When the lawyer left the children in the car. If you remember. Anyone?
Great movie.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite of all time. All right, folks. We continue to watch to see if there's going to be any more development. Looks like things could, just like we saw there, it wouldn't be surprising if one of these storms just kind of kicked it up a notch really quick because the environment continues to be quite organized at this point in time. VTP is down to a 1, but it's a 1 all the way from Kingston all the way up to, where would that be? It's right. It's a 1 from Kingston all the way up to about Perth over to Russell. Ottawa is only at a 0.5 VTP. If anybody's wondering what the VTP is, it's the violent tornado parameter. Francis says he's losing that storm to the terrain now. He can't. I don't think he can keep up with it. It seems to be moving to the north, and there's not a great road network there as well too. So that storm in Quebec is still 11% tornado risk on it. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Keep on Trucking says, Adam, how's Cornwall looking? Are we in the clear for the storms, or will we get more bursts? You still have potential. You still certainly have some potential. Let's see. Jennifer says my kid's bus is being held at the school. That's strange. Miss Harley Quinn says, is Barry going to be okay this evening? I have an event to go to tonight. Yeah, tonight's fine for Barry. I mean, there will be probably some storms this afternoon, later this afternoon in Barrie. Let's actually go take a look and see how those ones in southwestern Ontario are developing. So there's some storms developing over here. They're non-severe near the Exeter radar, so kind of in the Stratford, Mitchell areas, also down here near Grand Bend. Those will push to the northeast. There's also a storm down here near Woodstock. They're basically just heavy rain at this point in time. I'm not seeing much lightning, minimal lightning activity. They will track to the northeast. They'll probably go through the Barrie area and then continue to track to the northeast, but we're not expecting them to be severe. They should be pretty mild, maybe just some heavy rain and maybe a little bit of lightning. The area of concern really is this area over here, which is underneath the Tornado Watch from Environment Canada. This is far eastern Ontario. It's our main area of concern at this point in time. We continue to watch to see, because we did see some very rapid development earlier where these storms kicked it up a notch very quickly. Very, very quickly. It was only within 3 radar frames we went from absolutely a boring storm to a storm rotating to a report of a funnel cloud to strong rotation on radar and then to a tornado warning. So, yeah, that escalated very quickly and then also weakened relatively quickly. It's kind of like fizzling out on that storm as well. So this storm is the one we're paying most attention to right now, which is near Alexandria, kind of to the northeast as well too. I'm going to get rid of this polygon that was near Vankleek Hill because it is, that storm is donezo now. It's moved into Quebec and it continues to weaken. Yeah, let me get rid of that here. Rotation detected. I'm going to get both rotation detected polygons, the one that was up in Quebec near low, and that one that's in far eastern Ontario. Yes. So let's see here. Lee says, I had no sound earlier. I had to exit the stream and come back. Have you tried that? Have you tried clicking the little mute button? Maybe there's a little mute button is potentially a problem.
Well, when you're on YouTube, one of the main things is like if you hover over the stream next to your sound control, there's the little live script or whatever, and there's going to be a little circle next to it. It's dark gray if you're not live, red if you are live. So if it's dark gray, if you click on the word live, it skips you forward to the very end to where you are live.
Yeah, maybe that helps. Hopefully we can figure it out for M there. I'm just going to call her M because I'm not sure how to pronounce the rest of the name. E-M-E-L-O-T-E. I'm just going to say M. Let's go with M. Okay, so that storm that we're watching, 4% tornado risk on this particular storm here. I don't see any organized rotation on it yet. It's the one we're watching because it's kind of the stronger storm in the area. There's a storm west of Cornwall that looks like it's organizing a bit, and it's moving to the northeast. It's probably next in line to maybe increase in strength. We'll see. There's a big washout of rain here to the west. This was supposed to be a stronger line developing, and it may not. We'll see what happens, but it's possible that it's not going to be that strong. We'll see. So we're still with a big question mark of, are we going to see further strengthening storm development? I mean, it might be this line right here, this kind of like this little cluster of cells near Belleville. It's possible that they will increase in strength as they move to the northeast, but there's not a lot of clearing ahead of them, so there's not a lot of.
There might be a new tornado warning. Just double checking. Yes, for parts of Quebec.
Oh, for Quebec, yeah, they've extended it with this one. Yeah, I see it there. Yeah.
Yeah, going into Mont Tremblant.
Okay. Yeah, so they have extended the tornado warning in Quebec on this particular cell. I'm not seeing anything super strong with the rotation now. It looks like it's a little bit more prevalent on tilt 2. It's still quite broad. Based on the environment, probably they're expecting it could increase as it continues to move to the northeast, but at this point in time, I'm not seeing anything super duper strong as far as rotation is concerned, but this is the main cell here that could strengthen as it moves to the northeast. So I guess they're anticipating it may re-strengthen as it continues to track to the northeast, maybe? Maybe. I'm not sure. We'll see here. Shauna says, strange, my Weather Network app is still showing a red alert. You might want to maybe kill the app and restart it. If you want to see if you're actually under a tornado warning or not, you might want to download our free app. It's called Instant Weather. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. And it's free, and it is very rapidly updated. So we called ourselves Instant Weather for the fact that we like to get out information quickly, but also the fact that we kind of did it so it pushes us to always make sure things are quick. Because, you know, if something's like a little bit slower, and where you'd be like, should we increase the speed of this? And it's like, well, we are called Instant Weather. So it's just kind of a good reminder of the fact that we like to get information out as fast as possible so that folks have the most up-to-date information possible. So, yeah, you may want to download our free app. If you do use Instant Weather, please let us know in the comments if you use it. Phil says, I got a tornado warning for Ottawa, Ontario on my phone, like an Amber Alert. Phil, was that from before? There was never a tornado warning for Ottawa. It's just circumstantial that you're close to the tornado warning, so you're close to a cell phone tower, and when the cell phone tower broadcasts it out, then people that are not in the tornado warning unfortunately get the tornado warning, and it becomes very confusing. Yeah. So Jennifer says, love the app. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Jenna says the rain is so heavy in Lamousse. Thank you, Jenna. Appreciate it. Yeah, there could be some flooding risk there for sure. Miss says, I use it and love it. I love it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Joe Girl says, I love Instant Weather. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Donna says, is there a concern for Orleans, Ontario near Ottawa? We have not received the notification that the alert has ended. We keep getting warnings on our phones screaming because there's a tornado. Yeah, there was never a risk for you, and there's no risk now. So you're good. You're fine. Orleans has 0 issues at this point in time. I mean, you could have other issues, but there's no tornado issue for Orleans at this point in time. Shauna says, what's coming for Cornwall in the next few hours? There is a little storm west of Cornwall that's still pretty boring, but it looks like it might be organizing. It is kind of moving to the northeast, though, towards Bonneville and North Glengarry. You might get some rain, maybe some lightning. But so far, nothing's looking too interesting heading towards Cornwall at this point in time. Pardon says, I use the free app and love it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Lee says, I'm in Ottawa and I did not get that warning. You might be in Western Ottawa. Maybe probably Western Ottawa did not receive the tornado warning, but Eastern would have because you're close to where the tornado warning was issued. But there was never an issue for Ottawa. Just Monica says, so glad to have the Instant Weather app, and I subscribe to extend the future radar. Nice peace of mind. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Huge thank you to all those who use our free app, and a huge thank you to all those who have gone into the menu, clicked upgrade radar, and have extended the future radar 5 hours and removed ads from the app by doing a subscription. So huge thank you to those who have done that. Sincerely appreciate your support. Does help a lot. Actually, the subscribers to our app are the reason that we're able to give the app for free to everybody else, because just the little ad banner at the bottom does not cover the expenses of the app, not even close. So if it wasn't for all the folks subscribing, we wouldn't be able to offset the fact that the free app ends up costing us a little bit each. So it all balances out in the wash, though. So huge thank you to those who have subscribed. We sincerely appreciate your support. BB says, we got a tornado warning in Mont Tremblant, Quebec. Makes sense. I'm not seeing anything super duper strong up there as far as rotation, but I'll take a peek at just a second. Still getting tornado watch alert on both Weather Network and Instant Weather. Oh yeah, the tornado watch is still in place. Remember, a watch means there could be warnings, but a watch is not a warning. So think about the term. This is the best. Somebody said this on a stream like a couple of years back, but this is the best way I've ever heard it explained. Watch for a warning. So watch is first. There you go. This is also a good visual from Alana. Brought it up on the stream. There's a cupcake watch. You have all the ingredients for a cupcake. And then when the cupcake comes together, that is a cupcake warning. So watch for a warning. So the watch does not mean take shelter. The warning means take shelter. Katia says, can you download the app on a laptop? We're actually making a website version of it pretty soon. It's on the to-do list. I don't know exactly when it's going to happen, probably within the next month or two. But we want to launch the website version of our app. So that will happen. Maybe a couple months, maybe 3-ish, maybe by the fall. We'll see. But we'd love to launch that. But right now, it's just a mobile app, so you have to do it on your tablet or on your phone. Patrick says, best weather app. Thank you so much, Patrick. Appreciate it. Haley says, my power was out for a bit. Unsure if you answered my question about what Chapeau, Quebec is looking like. I can take a peek here. Still seeing some kind of broad rotation here near Rivington, Harrington, inside the tornado warning. I'm not seeing anything really strong rotation-wise like we saw before. It was very organized northwest of Van Gleek Hill, but right now it's very broad rotation. Doesn't look that strong. It could re-strengthen, but as of right now, it's looking pretty soft. So just from my perspective, in my opinion, if you're under the tornado warning, you still want to be prepared. But right now, the rotation is looking pretty soft there. So, yeah, nothing too exciting happening at this point in time. It did get real exciting there for a minute, and things can change quickly. So we continue to watch. Let's see here. Cassie says, I think it was an amber. I don't think there was an amber alert issued. I think you're referring to... There was
an amber alert issued in Quebec earlier. East of Montreal.
Earlier. What time?
Let me just double check. Would have been at about 20 to 1. Yeah, so it went...
So they got an amber alert just before the tornado alert.
Yeah, they did a 300-kilometer radius around St. Vallier.
Oh, interesting. They're actually doing radiuses now. Oh, yeah. That's interesting. Interesting. Somebody just posted the very, very broad rotation on Twitter and says, tornado imminent near Bell Falls, Ontario. Oh, they're talking about Ontario. They said tornado imminent. It's very soft. It's very soft looking rotation. And they said tornado imminent. Where are they? What is this radar image? Okay, that's it. I'm doing it. Where is Bell Falls, Ontario? I don't even see it here. Are they talking about Quebec? Hold on.
While you're doing that, I want to just say thank you for everyone sending us super chats and super stickers on YouTube today. We really appreciate that. Got a few that have come in so far.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. It says Sturgeon Bay is Bell Falls, Ontario. Hold on a second here. What is happening? What are they talking about? Maybe it's Quebec. Hold on, I'm going to search here. Bell Falls, Quebec.
Yeah, it's totally Quebec. It's you go up the Rouge River.
I see it. It's right near that. Yeah, it's that very, very soft rotation. That's what I thought. Okay, exactly. They're saying tornado is imminent right here. Oh, this actually did increase a bit. Their image does not look like this. It looks very softer. This is the image they're talking about, but it did actually increase in strength a little bit. Oh, it is getting tighter right here near Harrington. Okay, so if you're in the Harrington area of Quebec, this is actually starting to tighten up a bit. So could see some re-strengthening on that cell. Tilt 2 actually looks quite interesting as well, too. All right, so yeah, things are getting interesting. Yeah, it was soft before. This actually looked pretty interesting before, that little part right there. And then that weakened. And now it looks like we have a bit of recycling here where we do have some strengthening rotation near Harrington, Quebec, heading to the northeast towards Lac Macdonald. And that could be some re-strengthening there. So if you are in that tornado warning right there, I would say if you're in Harrington, Lac Macdonald, Lost River, Rouge Valley, up towards Montcalm, and these other areas, then I would probably be getting to a safe place with that storm, because it does actually look like it's increasing in strength. It did look quite soft here, but looks like it is strengthening to the northeast right now. I do want to comment on that tweet, though, really quick, and say, you mean Quebec. I'm just going to go ahead and do that real fast, because I don't like to see information like that go out that doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, let's see here. I see.
So in the YouTube comments, Commander Branford had a good comment. This regarding the instant weather app. If you're tech savvy, the app will still work on a PC or laptop if you download an Android emulator.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, like BlueStacks, I think is one. I don't know if it works on BlueStacks.
That's what they suggested.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I commented on that tweet and said Bell Falls, Quebec, not Ontario. Had to go out of my way there to make sure folks knew what's up. Okay, but yeah, this is strengthening here in Quebec. Let's go take a look back at Ontario, but that is starting to strengthen near Harrington, Quebec. So if you are in that area, I would be taking shelter with that storm. It is starting to kick it up a notch. What's happening here in Ontario? So far, it looks pretty messy, washed out. We have stuff like this down here in Prince Edward County. It says 93.6 kilometers an hour on velocity. Really? I mean, the radar's pretty far from there. Let's go take a look at Montauk, or sorry, yeah, the Fort Drum radar. There is a severe thunderstorm warning down here in the U.S. that might be tracking up towards Cornwall at some point in time. Let me just take a peek at some stuff here. Let's see the direction it's going. Looks like it is heading to the northeast. Yeah, it's heading directly to the northeast, so that might affect Cornwall. I know we had folks asking about Cornwall earlier. Oh, and there is a little bit of rotation near Redwood. I believe that's New York State. And that is tracking to the northeast as well. It might head up towards Cardinal or maybe Brockville. Okay, so stuff coming up from the U.S. is starting to look pretty interesting. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. So there's that. Yeah, this is, you can see here what I'm talking about. This is the area, this is the severe thunderstorm warning in the U.S. that's starting to track to the northeast. And this is in New York State. And it is tracking to the northeast there, just southeast of Kingston. Is that New York State? I think so. Should be, right? That whole area is New York State? Yeah, it doesn't get to Vermont until we get, like, to Montreal.
Correct.
Or east of Montreal. Okay, yeah, so that is New York State. Yeah, so right down here near Champion, New York, Philadelphia, New York. Interesting. That's not confusing. And then there's a little pocket right here we're watching as well, too. A couple little pockets of possible rotation near Alexandria Bay areas, but tracking to the northeast. They're still in the States, but they could be tracking up towards Brockville areas as well, too. So that's something to watch. So there's a lot of these little sneaky storms we're paying attention to here. And that one, I'm surprised at the values over here. This is 92.16 kilometers an hour. What's the environment like here? Hold on a second. I need to pay close attention to this. The U.S. radar is actually closer to Picton, and it says the winds are weak. Let me see. Who's closer? Yeah, this is definitely closer. This is further away. This is closer. Let's see. Actually, they're almost equal. This is like a triangle here. They're almost equal. Canadian radar seems to be very excited about this Picton storm. But I think these winds are a little bit overestimated because they're higher up in the atmosphere. I would think so. Let's see here. Yeah, 9% tornado risk on that Quebec cell now, so it still continues to strengthen. 8% on this one that is right here. One second. Let me just adjust my windows. I have so many windows. So many windows. Okay. They've dropped some of the tornado warning, but they continue to keep it for this particular area. I'm surprised they dropped it because it was actually increasing in strength there for a bit. And they dropped it right where the rotation was increasing, but it has kind of fallen apart again, northeast of Harrington. Yes, so that has weakened a bit. This storm near Van Cleek Hill. Actually, machine learning was saying, what was the percentage on machine learning here? It said 8%. 8% tornado risk on that one. There's a couple of storms down here in the States that 6% and 3% respectively, which are these little storms down here. The one under severe thunderstorm warning here. Let me switch to the U.S. radar. This one right here near Champion, New York. And this little cell right here has a little hint of rotation right there near Teresa, New York as well. And those are kind of tracking to the northeast. So I'm going to watch those very closely. Where do they think they're going? That's what I want to know. Where do you think you're going, little storms? Yeah, that storm northwest of Redwood definitely has some minor rotation. It continues, actually, and it's heading straight up towards Brockville from the States. This is a weird angle. We normally don't have storms like coming in from the U.S. moving almost north, like almost north due north, a little bit northeast. This storm right here is the one I'm talking about.
Looks like the entire tornado warning has now ended. Yes, that's correct. It has ended completely.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'm going to... Where did you come from? Was there really a fly in here? Honestly, where did you come from? The door's closed. The window's closed. Everything's closed. Why is there a fly in here? I don't want to deal with that. Okay, hopefully he leaves me alone. I'll trap him and put him outside. That's what I do. I'm nice to the flies. I'm like, tell your friends. Tell your friends that I trapped you. And I didn't squish you. Are you on me? Are you serious? This one might meet a different fate if he keeps bugging me. Okay. Yeah, this storm here is what I'm talking about near Redwood, just east of Alexandria Bay. We're seeing some rotation, and it continues near just north of Redwood, New York State, heading up towards Brockville. And let me just animate it here. This is, and there's also this right here, but it's this storm right here we're talking about. You can see it right here. This is actually heading to the northeast. It might just clip Brockville. We'll see. And it's near Alexandria Bay. Okay. There we go. Okay. I'm going to do a little polygon on this, say some minor rotation on this. I'm going to go all the way up to about Morrisburg. Actually, I'm going to go all the way up to Cornwall, maybe? Maybe. No, I'm not going to go all that far. But I'm going to go all the way up to... I'm just going to trim the border here. Because that storm is probably not going to cross into Ontario until about maybe Brockville. And it is rotating. Maybe up towards South Dundas, up towards Morrisburg. I'm not going to go as far as Cornwall yet. But this thing is tracking to the northeast. Maybe Ogdensburg. However you pronounce that. Yeah, I'm gonna go minor rotation on that one because it is tracking up from the U.S. and it's got some mustard to it. Minor rotation detected on this storm in New York State. State that is tracking to the northeast, northeast, potentially towards Brockville. Or Brockville, Ogdensburg, etc. And the timing here is 2:55. I hope my puppy's okay. He's been barfing all morning. That rotation continues. Yep, continues, so I'm going to post that. And that is 2:55. That's right. Looks good to me. 1,577 folks in the path of that one are going to get that notification. Minor rotation detected in the U.S., tracking up towards Brockville, Maitland, Ogdensburg, Johnstown, Iroquois, Morrisburg. Those areas. So that is one we are watching. This little sneaky little rotating storm here is tracking up towards Ontario. You can see it right here. And there's another area right here near Clayton. There's a couple of different little sneaky little storms here that are kind of organizing. This one's actually tracking towards Alexandria Bay. Huh. It looks much weaker on U.S. radar, but it looks interesting actually on Canadian radar. Aha. Yeah, we're really picking it up now on Franktown. This cell right here. So this is the one we were talking about. So look at the previous frame too. This previous frame is really strong here. You can really see the rotation, and then in the next frame it's right there. It has weakened a little bit, but it is tracking right here, probably potentially towards Butternut Bay or Brockville areas right now. That is one we are closely watching as it tracks to the northeast. And there's a couple of little cells down here. This Clayton one as well too is pretty interesting. It's got some strong winds in there, and it looks like some developing rotation. Let's go to tilt 2. One second here. Do not tell me Franktown went down. Okay. I was about to say, are you kidding me? This would be horrible timing for the radar to go down. Okay, so that's tilt 2 right there. And there's also this area right here. There's a couple of little pockets that we need to keep an eye on that are trying to sneak into our area. Those are very sneaky little storms trying to cross the international border that we need to watch closely. The tornado warnings have ended for Quebec. Tornado watch is still in place for Ontario, for Eastern Ontario. And I am wondering if these tiny little rotating storms in the States are gonna try to sneak their way into our area and produce some little brief tornadoes as possible. It's possible, folks. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, I'm just looking through the comments here. Livy says, Innisfil's getting very dark. Yeah, there's going to be some storms through parts of... there's going to be some storms through parts of central Ontario. We're not expecting them to be severe, but we'll be watching them. We'll keep a close eye on them. Starting to see some strengthening storms to the west of the main area of Eastern Ontario here. And there is a storm down in Southwestern Ontario I do want to keep an eye on as well. But the environment down there is pretty weak, so... interesting. Those storms are actually kind of kicking it up a notch. Interesting. Let's go take a look at those. So those are this one right here. This storm near Tweed. And this storm right here near Central Frontenac. Those storms were looking a lot weaker, a lot more boring. Remember we were talking about this line earlier? If you remember previously on the stream, I'm like, okay, there's this line near Belleville. It might kick it up a notch as it starts to move to the northeast. And yeah, they're starting to get quite organized. Those would be heading up towards the Ottawa area for those who are in Ottawa, wondering if these storms are going to kick it up a notch. I don't want them to distract us from these little rotating storms down here in the U.S. because we have a couple of little rotating storms down here stateside near Clayton, New York, and as well east of Alexandria Bay. And those are 2 rotating little storms. I think I want to probably send a notification on this Clayton one as well, too. Let me go take a look at U.S. radar here quickly. I'm trying to compare between U.S. and Canadian radar. U.S. radar looks a lot more boring, which is good. Although, what is that? There's a little rotating storm near Mallory Town as well, but I think that's within my polygon. Let's find out. Mallory Town, are you in there? Nope. That little storm near Mallory Town, it looks more interesting on U.S. radar. Which one's closer? I say Franktown is closer. So it's rotating up high, but not down low, because I'm not seeing it really at this point in time. Let's go to tilt 2. That Mallory Town storm. Kind of interesting. Not really there yet. This is more of the one we're concerned about, the one that's heading up towards Brockville. But yeah, there's a couple of little sneaky cells within this cluster here. Little embedded rotations within this cluster. This is the one mainly concerned with right now, which is still in the States. It's east of Leeds and the Thousand Islands. But it is definitely one that we are watching closely as it continues to rotate. That storm east of Mallory Town is also continuing to rotate towards Brockville. There's like 3 embedded mesocyclones right there. 2 or 3. And a third one is actually tracking as well, too. Just east of Mallory Town, it looks stronger on U.S. radar than it does on Canadian radar, but it's definitely kicking it up a notch. Heading towards Brockville. So 2 different... It should be right into my... Getting right into my polygon here. I'm going to do another polygon that stretches a little bit further to the west, because there are some sneaky little storms. Sneaky little U.S. storms that are trying to creep into our area here near Mallory Town. I'm going to stretch that polygon a little bit towards Mallory Town. I'm going to say minor rotation on a few of these cells, because what minor rotation means, folks, by the way, if you get our notifications for minor rotation and you're like, what does this even mean? It means that this is starting to rotate. We're trying to give you a heads up, because a lot of the time minor rotation weakens and then there's nothing. And you're like, great, it was minor rotation for a bit, then it disappeared. Perfect. That's what we want. But in rare cases, and there have been a few, where minor rotation turns into stronger rotation, turns into even stronger rotation, turns into tornado report, that type of thing. So that's why we try to give you that extra step before things get really strong. We're trying to give you that extra heads up. So hopefully that makes sense. And I'm going to say we've detected several, actually three areas of minor rotation on this storm. 3 areas of minor rotation. One near Mallory Town, tracking towards Brockville. Tracking to the northeast towards Brockville. Still one... Where is that? Still one stateside, tracking to the northeast towards probably Ogdensburg. And there's also a tiny little one and a much weaker one northwest of Mallory Town. And it's tracking to the northeast towards which way? The third one may have weakened, but the 2 are still quite prevalent. Okay, I'm going to say detected 2. 2 areas of minor rotation. One near Mallory Town, tracking toward northeast towards Brockville, and one stateside. One in New York State. New York State, tracking to the northeast towards Ogdensburg. Okay. And the time here is 3:04. Okay. That looks good to me. I'm going to send out that notification. It'll be another minor rotation detected notification for many in that area. All I did is extend the polygon to the west. So it was kind of like a revised polygon. Polygon day, let's see here. Okay, we have lots of storms to watch. We have... Yeah, we've got some storms to watch here, folks. So we've got these little rotating storms. This one right here that is heading up towards Brockville, Ogdensburg area. We've got a storm to the left that's just over Mallytown. It looks stronger on U.S. radar. Looks a little bit weaker on Canadian radar, but it is definitely showing up on U.S. radar. Two little rotating pockets there. And it is heading to the northeast towards Brockville. And then we've got these storms to the west that are starting to strengthen. And this is what models have been expecting. Gonna have to have a talk to with Connor. I don't know if he's watching our stream or not. You got to be careful. We have to be careful sometimes because he was kind of calling off the whole event. We've already had a tornado warning. There's a tornado watch in place. I don't know if it's the proper time to call off the event, but he was thinking that it was all gonna fizzle out. But it looks like that might not be the case. But we've got some strengthening to the west. And let me just load up the KTYX radar. So this is what I was talking about. These are the areas of rotation I'm talking about right here. So you can see this one near Hammond, New York. And then you can see this one just northeast of Mallorytown. And these are two areas of developing rotation. This one is going to head right towards Lynn, Fernbank, Brockville, Lilies, Sheridan Park, Fairfield. And you can see... this is my old polygon, but on the next refresh, you'll see my new polygon that actually ends up covering about down to here. I kind of just extended it right to about here. Veronica, Ashley says, okay, thank you, Veronica, and thank you for being live and keeping us updated. You're very welcome. What did Veronica say? Hold on a second here.
Ashley was asking about the possibility of a tornado hitting where she lives. And Veronica answered her.
Yeah, I mean, we can't guarantee anything, folks. We can't guarantee you won't see a tornado today. We can't guarantee you will see a tornado. There's zero guarantees with any of this stuff. It's there's my extra polygon, and you can see there was that little tiny weak area over here. But these two areas for sure are two little mesos, two little sneaky mesos coming up from the U.S. trying to sneak their way into Ontario. And I want to keep a close eye on those. Yes, we do. I'm going to get rid of that one rotation notification, the first one. 1 second here. I'm going to get rid of the one from 255 because this one is just a duplication of it. So you'll see this line go away. Yeah, so keeping an eye on that. See this little pocket right here? West of Hammond, New York. Heading right up towards Fernbank and Brockville. You have this area as well too, near Lilies and Lynn. There's two little sneaky little areas of rotation there. I went minor on them. You know, cross your fingers, they turn into nothing, but then we have some strengthening storms over here. So this one east of Tweed is starting to get it together. And this one up here, which is near Burke Settlement, Mississippi Station, Robertsville, starting to get it together. These storms, and this one west of Renfrew is also starting to get it together. By that means, it's starting to strengthen a little bit as it starts to track east. So this was kind of that second line. I mean, models were pretty much right here that there was going to be this big cluster in the beginning, and then now we're starting to see this developing second line here, and it sure is developing here. So let's go take a look at that storm back in southwestern Ontario, because it did look a little bit interesting. Hello. Oh boy, it sure did look interesting. I'm going to go severe thunderstorm potential on that one. 89 kilometer an hour wind gust potentially tracking to the northeast towards Logan. Okay. Well, there's that. Thanks, machine learning. Kind of gave me a heads up on that one. Says there's a 2% tornado risk on it, but it should be pretty low with the environment there. I'm going to send out another polygon. It's polygon day. Sending out polygons. If you don't get the notifications I'm talking about, then you probably don't have our free app. It might be a good time to go download our free app. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. And then when we send out something like, hey, there's a severe thunderstorm potential, on this storm that is moving towards Mitchell and Logan right now. When that does happen, then you'll get that heads up. Because currently there's nothing over there. No severe thunderstorm watch, zippo. Zippity doo-dah right now in this area. So, looks like we could have some strengthening winds coming off of this storm and heading to the northeast at this point in time. So I'm going to make this polygon pretty big because we're going to be probably pretty focused on eastern Ontario. And so I want to make sure that this is looking pretty big. So this covers this area just in case we get wrapped up and don't get a chance to watch it. We'll try our best to do it, though. Everybody remind me about that storm. So I'm going to go ahead and update this one right here. And this is going to be... actually, I'm going to go ahead and just go right to orange and say damaging wind potential. Damaging wind gusts. And when you get to 89 kilometers an hour, that's close enough. Damaging wind gusts have been detected on the storm near Mitchell in southwestern Ontario, tracking to the northeast towards Logan, etc. And the timing here is 3:11. We did have a low risk of severe weather in this area, so in our forecast map, so it's possible. Possible this is going to continue to kick it up here. All right. Let's see here. Yep, I'm going to go ahead and send that right now. Let's take a look at tilt 2 just to see if it's... Yeah, it's definitely on tilt 2. Okay, I'm sending that right now. 3:11, sending right now to 2,802 people that are in the path of that storm that are on our free app Instant Weather. And I got to keep an eye on those sneaky little storms trying to track in from the U.S. Sneaky little storms. Looks like there's rotation near Lynn, just west of Brockville. Yeah, there's a couple of little areas there that are definitely trying to kick it up a notch. So I'm going to send out that. Yeah, so if you're in Mitchell up towards Listowel, Milverton up towards Palmerston and Drayton, looks like we are seeing a risk for severe wind gusts up there. And these little pockets of rotation are creeping me out. They're trying to be all sneaky. You can barely pick them up. You really got to zoom in here. Right near Alexandria Bay is a little pocket. We have a pocket right here near McIntosh Mills, near Lynn. See these little pockets right here? And that one right there, and this one right here. There's a few of them. And when we look at US radar, they're really kind of popping out. Look at the strong winds down here in New York State, but look at this right here. US radar is talking about 114 an hour kilometer winds here near Lynn. Now, I think US radar is, it's much further than Franktown. So it's further away. But we are seeing a few little areas of concern. A little bit of rotation right here and some strong winds aloft. Higher up in the storm, we have some pretty strong winds there. And this storm heading through Leeds and Thousand Islands is one to watch as well too. But yeah, if we jump back to Franktown radar, we can see that this looks like some pretty strong winds here. 93 kilometers an hour. Oh, we just got an update. Let's wait for velocity here. We have an update coming in. There we go. So yeah, there's still something going on right near Leeds and Thousand Islands. There's a tiny little pocket right there. Let's go back to tilt 1. Yeah, it's definitely there on tilt 1. Closer to the surface. And then there's these couple of little areas right here near Brockville. There's a couple little indents on those storms. They don't look as strong from Canadian radar. This one near Lynn is definitely the stronger of the two. Yeah, sneaky little storms. Yeah, that one near Rockport, New York. And that's going to track right into my little polygon as well. Into my minor rotation polygon. But yeah, it looks like we might have some damaging wind risk over in Essex County right now. WX Ontario just said, can't say for sure, but may have seen a very brief funnel cloud with the storm west of Mitchell. Interesting.
Yeah, that environment down there isn't half bad. Supercell looking at 1.5 to 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's stronger than I thought it was going to be down there. All right, let me
Nothing
go check.
on
Yeah.
SigTor, VTP.
Oh, I see it.
0.25.
Right over that storm too, right? It's like bullseyeing that storm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing as far as tornado parameter down there. Oh, 0.25 on VTP, but it's quite low. It's still a 1 in Eastern Ontario as well. But, so 0.25, it's very, very low. But there's definitely something going on down in Southwestern Ontario we want to keep an eye on. And it looked like some damaging winds were possible. I'm just looking up here in Quebec, and near Wentworth, we're starting to see a bit of rotation as well, too. And so Quebec certainly still has opportunity here for rotating storms. I'm definitely interested in what's happening, what this new developing stuff is near Tweed, and this storm up here near Renfrew, about to head into the Renfrew area. So far, they look non-severe, but I'm just interested in, are they going to be the strengthening storms we were expecting to start up within the afternoon? And that's, yeah, that's definitely what we're looking at here. Billy Aspen says, I have the app, but where do I find the polygons that he is sending out? So, Billy, if you have our, if you're on Twitter, look for Instant Weather Ontario on Twitter. If you're on Facebook, Instant Weather Ontario on Facebook. You can also check us out on Ontario Stormwatch. We have two big pages on Facebook. So Ontario Stormwatch and Instant Weather Ontario. If you want to be able to see those polygons. If you want to see them in real time, like actually see the polygon that I just created like this, you can subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, and you can do that at instantweatherpro.com.
I also suggested that since he just downloaded the app, if he puts in his location, turns on notifications, anytime we send out a polygon that includes his area, he'll get a notification.
Yes, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, if you want to get notified of what I'm talking about here, then download the free app and punch in your location. We have an issue with our app where we exhaust the location searches. So if we could just, if everybody who's searching on the app, if you could only search for your exact location right now, maybe one other location, that would be good, because we're about to probably exhaust our location searches, and then nobody will be able to search a location on the app right now. We're fixing that issue. It's just going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take a few days, as far as our dev team said. And then after that, we should never have that issue again, because we're building a database of locations. Oh no, I wrote damaging wind potentials. Why did I put an S on the end of it? Whatever. It still kind of means the same thing. But yeah, so once we build that new version of the app, there'll be a database built right into the app. So we'll never have to hit some sort of external API. People will always be able to search a location in Canada. Yeah. So right now we're going to default to searching through the internal database. And then if it can't find it in the internal database, for example, you search for Hawaii or something, then it will search for the exterior databases, which can handle up to 25,000 hits a day. Yeah, right now, those 25,000 hits a day go by real fast, especially if you punch in a whole bunch of different locations. So if you could try to limit your location searches on the app right now, just so people who are downloading the app for the first time actually have a chance to be able to actually add your location to the app, that would be fantastic. Okay, everybody stretch. We've been live for 2 hours and 37 minutes. Everybody stretch it out, please. Hope my dog's okay. My dog has been barfing and maybe puking up some blood today. Sorry for the grotesque details there, but it's not good. That is not a good thing. So maybe a blockage or something like that, I'm not sure. But my wife is picking up my son right now from school, and then she's heading over to the vet with the dog. So yeah, hopefully Flynn is doing okay. Oh boy. So yeah, there's that. Oh boy. He needs a vet appointment. Yeah, no, his vet appointment is for 3:30. So they're on it. They are on it. Supercell has increased to 4 on right here on these storms that are developing to the north of Belleville. Right on that storm cluster right here, Supercell is up to a 4. So that's interesting. But yeah, the strongest storm I'm watching right now is this storm in southwestern Ontario. Oh boy. Oh boy. If you are in Kennecott, you need to take shelter immediately. 95 km/h wind gusts. This looks like a little bit of a couplet too. I mean, it's probably a downburst, but that could be some minor rotation there. Oh boy, it's until 2. Okay, all right. I'm going rotation on that one. Okay, didn't see that one coming. Didn't see that one coming. Okay. All right. I don't know how long it's going to sustain, but I'm going to go minor rotation on that right now. Minor rotation, and 1 second here. I'm going to go orange. I'm going to say damaging winds and rotation. Damaging wind gusts and isolated rotation have been detected on this storm near Kennecott, tracking to the northeast. Tracking to the northeast towards Moncton, Lambert, etc. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, and the timing here is going to be 3:20. Actually, I'll say 3:21 because by the time I hit send, it'll be 3:21. Okay, click this, click that. 2,700 people in the path of that one is 3:21. I'm sending out that notification right now. Yeah, right now. Oh boy. That kicked it up a notch. Yeah, right near Kennecott. If you are in the Kennecott area, this is probably a downburst signature, like a little microburst, but there could be a little notch of rotation in there. But 95 km/h on radar, that could definitely be producing some damaging winds. Yeah, it kicked it up a notch. Wow. Heading towards Moncton, Lambert, Donegal, Donegal. Okay,
Donegal.
So we know, but what was it?
Donegal.
Donegal, not Donegal. I can't pronounce the thing. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the look of that storm. It is looking strong. And then let's go take a look at what's happening in Eastern Ontario as well. These storms are beginning. We have a lot of little individually interesting storms. What's going on up here? Let's go take a look at Blainville radar. Yeah, still some strong storms into Quebec. There are still these little pockets of rotation that I've been concerned with for a while that are moving up from the U.S. This one down here near Governor. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Yeah, reports that Brockville's getting hit hard with some strong winds right now. Someone said that their trees are starting to snap.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So I
Damaging
want to
winds
definitely take a look at the next frame when that comes in for Brockville.
Okay. From U.S. or from Canada? Or I see.
Well, it's when it updates in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, the U.S. radar is talking about some pretty strong winds in the Brockville area. Stronger than what we're seeing from the Canadian radar. Although the Canadian radar is closer, but people are saying that, I guess, some tree branches are starting to snap in the Brockville area. Yeah, it's looking... Canadian radar is only talking about 60 km/h, but...
Oh, yeah, again, the Montague radar is really showing that.
It is, but much higher up. Much higher up.
Mm-hmm,
It's... Montague's showing, like... You're calling it Montague. It comes up as Fort Drum. Oh, I think we put it in as... I wonder if I put it in as the proper location.
KTYX?
Yeah, KTYX is coming up as Fort Drum. That came from the actual database of radars. Let me zoom in and see what it actually is here. We're gonna find out. It's near Rector, but that doesn't... It should be called the Rector Station, but it's coming up as Fort Drum, which is interesting. Maybe I labeled it wrong? Because I've always known it as Montague, but just from other apps,
take a bit of a deeper dive in it.
Sure, it's not. I mean, it's not critical right now, but but where? Let me look up Fort Drum. Okay. Let's see here. Actually, we'll do this here. I'm gonna waste one of our precious location searches on Fort Drum, New York. Let's see, Fort Drum, New York. Here we go. Fort Drum, New York, right here. There we go. Okay. See, Fort Drum, New York looks like it's over here. which is quite a distance from the radar. But where is Montague? Is it further away? Anyways, yeah, if you want to take a dive into that, that'd be good. Anyways, this storm down here in the U.S., we're keeping an eye on. These storms that have moved northeast into the Brockville area are looking fairly organized and strong. We have a minor rotation notification on that one. There could be some strong winds in there as well, too. Oh, boy. Machine learning only says 1% tornado risk on that Mitchell storm, so probably more of like a downburst signature. But the overall risk is fairly low for that. I could see this weakening as it moves. It already has weakened, yeah. So right near Moncton, there could be some strong winds in there, though. Now they've gone to 80 kilometers an hour. That was very brief, strong winds. So we had, it strengthened, it got even stronger, it's starting to weaken because there's not a lot of support in this environment. So it is possible that that will continue to weaken, but we're going to watch that closely in southwestern Ontario. That really kicked it up a notch. Machine learning has gone down in its percentages, though. It's gone quite a bit down. So Matt says it's within the town limits of Montague's township line. Oh, okay. It's listed as Montague. Oh, okay. I should probably tweak that then. Interesting. Yeah, Matt took a peek into that and says it actually is Montague. Okay, I'll have to tweak that one. This is even being picked up by King City radar now, which it wasn't before. But yeah, that's still right near Moncton. I still don't like the look of that storm, so we'll see what happens. But it's very possible it'll weaken because the overall environment there is relatively weak. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, that sure kicked it up a notch. That got interesting real fast. And that's what's happening today. Things are getting interesting real quick. Real quick. But then also, you know, dialing it back at the same time. Getting real quick, but then dialing it back. So it's hard to say exactly what's going to happen. Today has been interesting. You know, we had that tornado warning earlier where the rotation got really strong really fast and then didn't take long until it weakened. WX Ontario on Twitter is saying a couple of twigs/leaves across the road and some flattened wheat where that storm went through west of Mitchell. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, so these current storms that are happening right now, not seeing anything very interesting for Eastern Ontario at this point, other than what's happening kind of through the Brockville area. Those storms are, we've heard, are pretty darn windy, but I'm not seeing anything super exciting on velocity at this point in time. That doesn't mean it can't change rapidly, but for right now, just seeing some gusty winds, a little bit of lightning, some torrential rain. But this area, these new developing storms that are kind of near the Belleville area, we're going to see how they do develop as they continue to track to the northeast. And then, if I go to Montague, which we need to relabel, just looking at stuff the team's writing. We're all looking into that. Town of Montague versus the actual radar station itself. I see. Okay. Yeah, if we look into that, it's still very excited about how strong the winds are up here near Ogdensburg, Maitland, Augusta. Yeah, those storms are still looking interesting. Still an interesting risk on this Quebec storm as well. 12% tornado risk up here. Again, by the way, when I'm mentioning all of these percentages, it's a machine learning algorithm, and we will be including it in Instant Weather Pro coming up pretty soon. So we're excited about adding that to Instant Weather Pro. Yeah, this storm up here is still talking about maybe a 12% tornado risk on this one. And let me see what's going on here. There is some little pockets. This little pocket near Dyer, it looks weak for now. Let's take a look at Tilt 2 around the area. See what's up. And there's this little near Northbrook, this little storm near Bordenwood. We have to keep a close eye on all these little storms. very tricky day of watching. And there's a bunch of radars, so we have to watch a bunch of different radars at the same time as well, too. It's a very tricky day. There's 2 wildfires burning in Ontario's northeast region, supposedly. I just saw that posted on Twitter. Interesting. In northeastern Ontario, there's 2 wildfires up there, which is not uncommon, but this time of year. That's interesting. Hopefully everybody's staying safe up there. Lots to watch here. Let's go take a look at our friends in Southwestern Ontario. Shouldn't be long until we get an update here. That was 3:24, so probably 2 minutes. I think it's usually 2 minutes. Like every 6 minutes, there's a new radar scan, and then it's about a minute or 2 after when it's finally processed and sent to us from Environment Canada. So, Music Hoster says, looks like a cloud trying to drop a tornado in Kingston. What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, they're watching webcams. So it could just be some scud.
It's probably scud. There's like radar looks super boring in Kingston right now, so probably scud. I would think. Yes, so many different radars to watch closely. I'm in Kingston. I see nothing. Says MAQ Macquack. Says Kingston sees nothing. Oh boy. Oh, new frame from Moncton. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. Yeah. New frame from that Moncton storm. Looking like strong winds. They have weakened quite a bit, though. 77 kilometers an hour. There's a little something going on right there. This is starting to turn into a little bit of a bookend vortex. But the rotation is quite weak at this point. It looked a lot stronger in a previous frame. But there's something going on right there that's worth paying attention to. Let's see if you can pick it up from King. A little bit. Little pop-ups east of Lake Simcoe. Some rain up here in Muskoka. And then we continue to watch the area that is under a tornado watch in eastern Ontario for any development. This second line, was the one that Future Radar was excited about. And we continue to see if it's going to do anything. This little Maxville storm looks interesting. We continue to play the waiting game, folks. A lot of waiting and watching and scrolling and zooming and animating and... Oh, hello. This little storm near Lynn and Butternut Bay heading towards Brockville, also looking interesting. This whole little area keeps... You can tell there's a lot of shear in the atmosphere because it's all kind of trying to spin a little bit. Nothing has really gotten going to an extreme level, but there's definitely some shear in the atmosphere because we're starting to see some spinning here. Ashley says, the last time we had a tornado here in Brockville, it came out of the water and there were 3 of them and they ripped through Hardy Park, causing a lot of damage. Oh my goodness. So it did cross in from the U.S. before. Okay, I see. Hopefully everybody stayed safe with that one. Lots of Pyro says, hello, instant weather. Anything new in today's weather following the tornado warning yesterday off of Lake Erie? I mean, this is all part of that same system as it tracks to the east. Is there anything new? Yeah, it's been interesting. It's been an interesting day so far. There was a tornado warning earlier, and there was some really tight rotation earlier as well. Dr. Sill says, some interesting notches in areas of low-level rotation with the cells that have crossed into Quebec. Yeah, he's seeing those little notches as well too. Let's see here. Is there still risk for Ottawa? Potentially. It's not. We're not done yet. You still have a tornado watch in place. We're still watching to see if anything decides to spin up here. And there's little notches that are definitely curious. These ones up here in Quebec as well too. We continue to watch these little areas here. Val de Lac, this little area. Still severe thunderstorm warnings in place for those particular storms, but these little notches are interesting. And then we have our own little interesting notches down here near Maxville, yes, that we want to keep an eye on. Nothing is super strong yet. Everything is just kind of like getting curiously strong and then sometimes weakening. There is this little storm here heading towards Brockville as well too. Nothing is super strong on radar, which is good. We don't want strong. We want weak. Some people want strong, but I want weak. I don't want anybody to be affected by dangerous storms here. Yeah. Okay.
Mind if I jump in with something off topic while you stretch?
Sure.
The Amber Alert in Quebec has been canceled, and the children have been found safe.
Oh, children. So there was more than one. Oh,
yes, there were 2 children, but they've been found safe, so all has ended well.
Yay. That's great. That is great news. Thank you.
Also, do you have 2 polygons right there? Do you want to maybe nix one?
I do have 2 polygons. I think I'm going to nix the older one. Seems to be the case. I was thinking about nixing the newer one just because the rotation has weakened, but I'm going to leave that to see what happens. Let me just refresh that here. I'm going to get rid of the damaging wind potentials. That's the one I'm going to get rid of. As I put potentials instead of potential. Oof. Okay. Yeah, I got rid of that. Oh, and just as I do that, it's getting even weaker. All right. That's good news. I'm going to get rid of both. How about that? I'm getting rid of both, but I am going to do a blue polygon for severe thunderstorm potential, just to replace it. So I'm going to go replace that polygon now with severe thunderstorm potential because it has weakened drastically. So that is good news. I'm going to go ahead and just dial it back down to severe thunderstorm potential. I'm going to go blue on it. Let's see here. I'm surprised EC didn't put anything out on that. That's surprising. I mean, they're probably really paying attention to Eastern Ontario right now. But I'm going to go ahead and do severe thunderstorm potential on that one. But I've gotten rid of the other one. Severe thunderstorm potential. Carefully monitor the storm that is located near... I'm not going to pronounce it. That is located near
Donegal.
Donegal, that's right. Like monocle. Okay. Near Donegal, tracking to the northeast. It looked a lot stronger on previous frames of radar, but has weakened considerably since then. Nevertheless, it may have the potential to increase in strength again. I'm just going to put it may increase in strength again because the next line says it may have the potential to produce strong or damaging wind gusts as it strengthens on radar, torrential rain, small hail, blah, 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 blah. Okay. 339 date ON. There we go. Okay, I'm going to send that out to all the folks that were in the path of that original one. Looks good. And sending. There we go. So I've switched to a severe thunderstorm potential on that storm. I've taken away the rotation updates, and I've taken away the damage and wind updates on that one because it has weakened considerably. So, okay, back to Back to life. Back to reality. Back to Eastern Ontario here, where we're seeing some really weak rotation signatures. Very, very weak. Obviously, most storms actually rotate, so it's not surprising to see little hints of rotation here and there. Especially visually, like when you look up in the sky, there's so many people that say, "Oh, the storm's rotating," and on radar it looks super boring. But what happens is in real life you're looking at it and it's moving, it's rotating. Like almost all storms have some rotation to them. They typically don't freeze frame in the air and slowly move frozen. Yeah, so they all do have some flex to them. It's when things are rapidly rotating, that's when we start to have issues. That's, yeah. Looks like all that stuff we were watching near Brockville, it's definitely not as prevalent as it once was. U.S. radar is still very excited about the winds east of Brockville, but the Canadian radar is saying that it's a little bit not of a big issue here. What did you say? A little bit not of a big issue? That's not a sentence. Those aren't things that humans say. When you talk nonstop in a live stream, it's sometimes it turns into jumble. Talking nonstop. I don't know if it's a skill or if it's just a gut reaction. If it's like a survival technique. It's just me talking nonstop. It can be tricky at times. As Walker said, where was it reported? A funnel cloud? The funnel cloud was reported earlier towards Quebec. Quiet Stream says, I knew you were a lizard. I'm not with the lizard people. Mitch says, yo, yeah, LOL. Let's see here. Misty says, you were doing a great job, Adam. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you kindly. How's Ottawa looking? Ottawa's good right now. For now.
Yeah, looking like they're getting some heavy rain in the downtown core.
Aha. What?
Oh, that looks interesting.
Does it though?
Yeah. Interesting, maybe not concerning yet.
Yeah, it's right beside all this noise, so I think it might just be noise.
Yeah.
If it was like by itself in an area with no noise, then it's a little more interesting. But I'm going to turn on noise canceling for this because I can't stand these laser beams. Here we go. No, they're not actually laser beams, folks. They're just radio frequency interference. But they will go away because they are installing the radio frequency interference hardware in all the stations. I'm so excited about that. The only thing that I'm not excited about it is they're probably going to install it at the wrong time when we need that radar to be up. I'm just going to go put that out there right now because it happens every time. But
don't jinx it. Don't do it.
Maybe me saying that will jinx it the other way. Maybe it'll put it back to they happen to install it in the winter. Hooray! We don't need radars in the winter. I mean, we do, but we don't. We need radars when there's like tornadoes. That's when we need radars.
Also, little discussion going on in the YouTube comments I'm going to address real quick. People are saying, what's up with the time on the screen being several minutes behind? Well, now it's actually up to date, but that's the time that the latest radar scan came through.
Yes,
it's not current
right.
time.
That's right. Brennan had to leave, and all his fancy little overlays that show the time, the current time, and all that kind of stuff, those are gone until Brennan is back. So I should probably get Brennan to send those to me so that if he has to step out, and to you as well, too. So if he has to step out and we have to take over, then we can have all the fancy time stuff. But currently we don't have any fancy time stuff.
Yeah, in the event of like a tornado warning getting posted, I could add a banner and a ticker box along the bottom like we used to do. So
yeah, we
can manage, but yeah, that would be nice to be able to keep that stuff up.
Mm-hmm. This storm in Southwestern Ontario is turning into an S.
Oh, it is.
Today's live stream is brought to you by the letter S and the number 5. And the number 5.
Actually, it kind of looks like a snake head at the end of it. With like little
it kind of does. It kind of looks freaky.
Thanks.
But thankfully, it's weakened a lot. It was way stronger down by Mitchell, but it has weakened considerably, which makes sense because the environment down there is not that strong, and you need a strong environment to sustain severe weather. You can have brief, like, little bouts of severe weather, but for it to sustain, you need a strong environment. Jamie says, Instant Weather Pro Adam uses. Yeah, if you're wondering what this is called Instant Weather Pro. We launched it a year ago on May 31st, which is only a few days away. Big updates are coming to it. You can get Instant Weather Pro at instantweatherpro.com. And it's a website, so you can actually use it on pretty much any device. And if you have a strong enough computer, you can actually have multiple monitors, and you can just open up different, Chrome tabs and have multiple radars at the same time, which is really powerful. It's quite nice. What's going on down here? Southeast of Ogdensburg in the U.S., there's a little something notchy. My friend's cat is named Nacho, and often I would say, that's Nacho Kitty, because it wasn't my kitty, it was his kitty.
Hey, Adam.
Off topic. Yes?
What do you call cheese that doesn't belong to you? Nacho cheese.
Nacho cheese.
Okay, sorry. Had to.
It's all right. It's fine. It's one of those days. Let's see here. This Sky Storm, SK. I need to slow down and think before I speak. I never think before I speak. SKYE right here. This little storm, which is southwest of Van Cleek Hill, starting to do something. It's starting to wrap up into a little bit of a hook. And let's go take a look at Tilt 2. Near Kirk Hill. That storm is starting to look interesting. Starting to look interesting. Yes. Gotta keep an eye on that one. I wonder if I should create a polygon for that one, just proactively. Just create it, and then if it does tighten up on the next frame, I could always, because these are moving quick. All right, I'm doing it. Just me wondering makes me want to do it. Okay. I'm gonna go and create a little polygon on that storm, just in case. Our sky storm here. This is southwest of Van Cleek Hill. I'm going to do just a little polygon on it, just in case we need to do minor rotation on that storm. Okay, I've got it ready. I've got you ready. I'm going to keep going with it, just so it's all typed up and ready to go. And yeah, we've detected minor rotation on the storm. We haven't, but near on the storm, southwest of, actually up high, there's a little bit of rotation. Southwest of, from US radar, Van Cleek Hill. Tracking to the northeast. The storm that is tracking to the northeast towards Van Cleek Hill. I've got it ready. I want one more frame of radar. Everything on that polygon is ready. I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Oh, she's ready. I'm ready. Should all be ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Heck yeah. Okay, I'm turning off noise reduction because it's...
I thought you already did.
I know I turned it on, but I want to turn it off because now I'm actually really paying attention, so I want to make sure that I see every pixel, even if it's noise. Every pickle. I had a long time ago, I was in the consumer electronics world, and I was actually selling a camera, and a gentleman came in and he said, "How many megapixels does this camera have?" That's always going to stick with me. How many megapixels? I had to take a moment. I said, "Can you excuse me for 1 second?" I just cried to myself for a while, laughing, and then I turned around.
Go to the back and just burst out laughing.
I just had to cry. I held it together so well. I was just like, just 1 second.
Well, let me go research that for you.
Oh, actually, you know what I think I ended up saying? I think I ended up just going with it. And I was like, oh, this one's 12 megapixels. But that one has much more megapixels and it's delicious, or something like that. Let's see here. That was funny. Okay, so let's see here. What's going on with our Lisbon storm? Lisbon, New York. I still have my little minor rotation polygon in this area where things are trying to do a little bit of spinny spin. I'm going to keep that on there. This one's heading up towards Morrisburg. That stuff that was heading towards Brockville earlier has kind of weakened. It looks like it's all done. These storms to the west are starting to, or continuing to look fairly organized, but not that strong. We'll see what they want to do. Let's go take a look. Looks like there's a storm east of Lake Simcoe. Just a little guy.
Yeah, I got a lightning notification off of that one.
Oh, nice. Let's see here. Oh, this is starting to pick it up again. What do you think you're doing there, little storm? I switched you to severe thunderstorm potential. It's still only 85 kilometers an hour, which is 85, still windy. East of Listowel, heading towards Wallace, Trey Castle, Moorfield. I don't know if that's going to pick it up again, but it's starting to. Yeah, it went softer, and now it's starting to strengthen again on that particular cell. So I've got my little polygon in place. We'll see what happens with that. Yeah, a little bit of minor rotation heading up towards Iroquois and Waddington, Morrisburg areas, Cardinal from the U.S. on that cell. So we're watching that closely. Ooh, I wanted to see if I need to do my polygon here. Did we get one? I think we did. I think we did get a new, yeah, we did get a new update. Looks about the same. Not seeing anything strong rotation-wise. No. Just a little storm heading up towards Vankleek Hill. Could bring some gusty winds. Up high from U.S. radar, it actually looks like it's rotating. But towards the surface, it looks pretty weak. Oh, boy. Okay. There is a little bit of clearing here for these storms to maybe pick up some stronger environment. We'll see. We will see. All right, I'm going to animate this, and I will be right back. I just need to run upstairs for a minute, and I'll be right back with you. First, I want to look at this, though. It's still inside my minor rotation polygon, heading towards South Dundas. But look at this from a distance. Huh. Huh. Yeah, heading up towards South Dundas right now. That little pocket is interesting. Well, then can you take over verbally for a second? I don't think... Do you have radar prepped or no? Probably not.
No, I've got absolutely nothing prepped. I've just kind of been keeping an eye on comments and watching Twitter on my phone and stuff.
Sure, I'll just hit animate, and I'll take off this banner for Instant Weather Pro. I'll just animate this, and then if you want to just maybe answer questions from the comments.
Yeah, absolutely. I am here to provide help.
I appreciate that. These little... What? Hold on a second. These little... Look at these three little... Little
pockets there.
There's like 4 little baby little supercells. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they're all kind of trying to do a little bit of rotation heading up towards Cornwall.
I'm not sure they'll even cross into Ontario because they got that northeasterly track. So the one might skim Cornwall. That's going a bit more north than I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going north. They're kind of rotating around. They're going north. I think they're going to head straight towards Cornwall. And then there's that little Ogdensburg rotation as well. That's still inside. This little blue polygon here is still my minor, but I'm going to probably extend that to Cornwall when I get back. I'll be back in just like 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, sure thing.
Thank you.
Do you want to... Oh, okay, no, he's gone now. So yeah, we're going to be keeping an eye specifically on this spot here, just south of the St. Lawrence into New York State right now, south of Ogdensburg, south of Cornwall. These storms are moving up more northeasterly into the Cornwall area. So we'll be watching that when Adam returns. Seeing a lot of comments regarding Ottawa. Yeah, you guys are getting quite a bit of rain right now. Not seeing really any rotation on radar for Ottawa and through the Ottawa River Valley. Should be doing okay there as far as rotation goes. Looking at radar in the background on my end here, and I'm not seeing anything too concerning there as of right now. Seeing a single pixel over Barhaven, but not enough to be anything to be concerned about. Just some heavy rain and some fairly gusty winds in that area. I can't check Listool right this second because it's Adam who has control of the screen. So when he does come back, we will get him to double check that storm. But I'll do just a kind of a quick visual here. Yeah, definitely some strong winds on that. Not seeing any rotation right this second. So, yes, people are saying it's always Barhaven. Yeah, I don't know what it is about Barhaven, but storms like to rotate over you guys. But right now, nothing to be concerned about. Not like previous storms where there actually has been touchdowns. So don't worry too much there. Yeah, Lindsay on YouTube is saying Ottawa tornado or not tornado, stay inside and away from windows if you're worried. Yes, absolutely. There's nothing to be worried about right now, but if you have a bit of storm anxiety, just best to stay indoors away from windows so that way you don't have to worry about anything incoming. Always have an idea of where you need to take shelter when it comes time to do so. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Yeah, Brockville, we're definitely keeping an eye on. I think we got some rain starting in that area again. I'm gonna take a quick peek at that. Yeah, you're kind of getting into that rain again. It's cutting off a little bit from what Adam has on screen. Oh. Yeah, you're gonna definitely get into some heavier rain again. Any of the rotation that we're seeing on radar is well east of Brockville, so no concern there, but you could see some strong winds again. Let's see, what else do we have that is worth taking a look at? Adam did mention that there's a little pop-up to the east of Lake Simcoe. It's currently over Beaverton. That's looking a little interesting. So not sure what's going on with Lake Simcoe this year, but it's taking these storms and really intensifying them. We've had some significant hail, like 3/4 of an inch hail recently. No, not 3/4 inch. It was bigger than that. Sorry, it was 3 inches. My apologies. So yeah, there's that Listool storm through Glen Allen, and there's a little pop-up also over Orangeville. So Orangeville area, seeing a little bit of hook on the precipitation scans, but nothing on velocity radar. So nothing to be concerned of there as of right this second. I'm going to double check Exeter radar for that. Yeah, same thing. Grand Valley, we're seeing some rain. Nothing super concerning on velocity radar for that storm at the time being. Let's see, trying to scroll through the rest of the comments we have here. Yeah, even places that aren't seeing storms today, it's just a gusty day overall. Like where I am west of Peterborough, we had pouring rain for most of the morning, and then this afternoon, as it's cleared up, it's just been quite gusty. All right, I'm gonna take a look again back at our Eastern Ontario situation. Yeah, it looks like National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for just on their side in New York State, but that would on our side stretch from Brockville to just about Cornwall. And in their warning, they're suggesting that wind gusts could be up to 100 kilometers per hour and 3/4 inch hail. So just we'll be mindful of that as these storms continue to track northwards into our region. Let's see what else we've got. So we got Birdhouse Bert here saying, how about the ability to drop some temporary pins on Instant Weather Pro just to keep track of the different areas I'm looking at same time? I will definitely bring that up to Adam when he returns. Actually, I will send a message. That way I don't forget. So give me 1 second here. YouTube.
Okay, I am back.
I'm writing you a message, so I didn't forget to mention it when you returned. But it was this comment highlighted on the stream here.
Oh, okay. What did it say?
Ability to drop pins on Instant Weather Pro to track different locations.
Oh, yeah, that's something we can definitely do. This going into South Dundas right now is looking interesting. Dr. Sills talking about how this part of the storm in this Vankleek Hill did pick it up a notch.
Oh, it did again.
I got my polygon ready. I'm going. It's ready to go. 1 second here. The timing is 4:01. Perfect. My polygon's ready. How about that? Sent. So that's easy. That is starting to rotate again. Minor rotation on that one. And then Dr. Sills was talking about this up here in Quebec is really starting to kick it up a notch. Which is kind of a pun because there's a rotational notch in there. But it's starting to kick it up a notch. Yeah, Vankleek Hill is starting to rotate for sure. Yeah, I went minor on that, but I think I'm going to get ready with... it kind of got brought on the next update. It was definitely there for a frame, and then the next one... Oh, my son's at the door. Give me 1 sec. He's knocking on the door. Give me 1 sec. He has more questions for me. I'll be right back. Sorry. He's literally calling me. Hold on, honey. Be 1 second. Just 1 second, sweetheart. All right. Give me just a second. He's flicking the lights. Can you see the light on me that's flicking?
Yeah, I can see that.
This guy. All right, I'll be 1 second. Just a second.
Sorry, folks. I just realized I was on mute. I was talking to absolutely nobody. So that spot in Quebec that Adam mentioned that Dr. Sills was pointing out has now been issued a tornado warning. So we're looking at, in particular, Mont-Tremblant, Saint-Michel-de-Saint, that particular area. So if you are in that area, please take shelter immediately. We are looking at the possibility of a tornado based on what we're seeing on radar. So anyone in that area, it definitely be taking shelter. And then let's see what else we've got in the comments. In the meantime, I'm sure he will be back in just a second. Yeah, looks like things are starting to clear up downtown Ottawa, which is good because that was just kind of sitting on you guys for quite a bit. And I'm going to take a quick... Oh, hello, welcome back. You might have missed that Mont-Tremblant has a tornado warning issued on it now.
Ah.
That's that little spot there.
I see that for this storm right here. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, good. Quebec's on the ball with the tornado warnings this year,
absolutely.
Which is good. I like to see that. Previous years, not so much, but this year, doing better, so that's good.
No one beats Prairie and Arctic in my mind.
PASBC is amazing. This is starting to get interesting here, down by Lisbon, New York, heading up towards this area right here, which that is starting to get much more interesting now. Starting to see some rotation. It's tracking right towards Cornwall. I'm going to do a polygon for this right now because this is starting to look a lot more interesting coming in from the U.S. So Cornwall is definitely about to get a rotation polygon from me. I don't know if I'm going to go minor or not, but we'll see. But yeah, right near Lisbon. Yeah, Lisbon, New York. Okay. And heading up towards Cornwall. So I'm going to do... I also want to cover this broad rotation that's near South Dundas at the moment. Let's see which way that's going. Bump, and heading to the northeast. Okay. So let's do from here up to Cornwall and out to parts of far eastern Ontario, and I'm going to cover a pretty good swath here because that's coming up from the U.S. and this is a strong environment. So, all right, let's see here. I'm going to go minor for now, but this is definitely looking like it's rotating here near Lisbon, and so I'm going to go minor. But I could be updating this pretty soon. So minor rotation detected on the storm in Lisbon, New York, tracking to the northeast towards Cornwall, etc. And the time here is 4:05, and it's going to be 4:06 by the time I post this. 4:06. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to post that to Ontario. I'm going to post it to Quebec as well too, and it looks pretty good. And I'm going to send that to the 1,515 people that are in the path of that one. But yeah, we have a tornado warning in Quebec at the moment, and we have some minor rotation in parts of Ontario at this point in time. I have sent that out right now, so if you are in Cornwall, let me know if you got that notification. If you did not get that notification, but you live in Cornwall, chances are you don't have our free app. And if that's the case, you may want to download it. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. Let me put the little banner on the screen here. instantweatherapp.com. You can download that. Yeah, actually, that storm that's moving into that Lisbon storm I was talking about here, Lisbon, New York, if that's the right one, I think so, then that one has a 9% tornado risk on it. That's the one heading up towards Cornwall. So that one looks like it's increasing in strength. This storm that is in southern Ottawa for some reason has a 4% chance. What? For what? This? I guess because of the environment. There's no rotation on here right now, so I wouldn't be too concerned with it, but it's saying that because of the environment, this has the chance to increase in strength as it moves to the northeast towards Clarence Rockland area. So there's that. Yeah, there's a few areas in the States that are kind of amalgamating towards Cornwall with some rotation. Kind of from like Morrisburg all the way up to Cornwall, and then to the northeast of that as well too. From the U.S. radar, I'm just taking a peek at on a different device here. Yeah, so Flower Station, nothing much going on there. Let's switch over to the Montreal radar, the Blainville radar. This is, oh yeah, look at these storms. This is where the tornado warning is, and yeah, if you're in the Camp OUAREAU area, Saint Donat, if you are in the Mont Tremblant area and to the north, these are some strong rotation culprits that are now under a tornado warning. I'm about to sneeze and it's going to be loud. I wonder if I can mute for that. I should probably mute for it because it's pretty loud. I should just stare at a light and get it done. You ready? For some reason, ever since I was born, when I looked up at the sun, I would sneeze. I guess it has something to do with my dilating.
I think that's a common thing because I do the exact same.
Oh, do you do? Yeah. It's the bright light makes your pupils shrink, and then for some reason it makes you sneeze. I think it's telling me that I'm allergic to the sun.
Honestly, I have to wear sunglasses even when it's cloudy out because it's like my eyes are just so sensitive these days.
Me too. I actually do that too. It's just it's like cloudy out, but it's still like you're like there's still a lot of UV. Yeah, there's still just a lot of UV. You can just feel it. You're just like, okay, I need glasses. Yeah. I also wear them at night, but this because I wear my sunglasses at night. I used to wear them like driving at night because like they're super bright. Like people leave their high beams on and stuff, and it's really annoying. But I don't really do that anymore. But if you wear,
Yeah,
there's like those UV.
that's pretty
That's probably
dangerous.
dangerous, I know. But if you wear those UV glasses, and I would wear like not the really strong sunglasses, like the ones that are like it's just soft. But the ones that are like the UV glasses, they actually help. So the ones that like take out the blue light that you can like you're supposed to use like when you look at monitors at night and stuff like that. If you actually use those, they actually work pretty good. And then you're not wearing sunglasses at night. It's great. But then you can't sing the Corey Hart song. So there's that. Let's go take a look at Southwestern Ontario. I haven't even looked at our little Mitchell storm here. And it weakened again, which is good. So it got strong for a second and then weakened again. It got strong there and then weakened, and it continues to be medium. It's not totally weakened yet. There's still 78 kilometer an hour wind gusts on radar. But it continues to be not that strong. I might extend that polygon a little bit to the north. We'll see. We'll see.
I might get hit by that little baby east of Simcoe.
Oh, let's see here. This one? Is this heading over towards...
Little guy.
This little... Oh, got a nice shape to it, though. It's got a little tiny hook. Just a little tiny baby supercell with no... I mean, the definition of supercell is rotating storm, and it's not rotating, so you can't really call it that, but it looks like a baby supercell. But it's not actually rotating. This is more of what I'm concerned with here. These storms that are heading up towards the Cornwall area from the U.S. So far, everything that's kind of headed up that way has weakened, which is good, but I don't know if that's going to be continued to be the case. We'll see. And then there was this rotation near Vankleek Hill that I posted about, but it's heading up towards Hawkesbury. It doesn't look so super strong. I think I'm probably going to drop that polygon. There's still some minor rotation. As soon as it's out of my polygon, I'm going to drop it. I did get some cheese and crackers, by the way. I haven't heard about my dog yet, though. I'm going to text my wife here 1 sec. She's at the vet right now, so... Texted her. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully he's okay. I don't know if they're gonna have to do an X-ray or something like that. But if he's been barfing all day, so maybe there's a blockage or something. I don't know. It's not great.
Looks like we might have a new tornado watch moving into Gatineau. I don't know if that's a reissued or new, so I'm just going to do a quick double check of that.
I think it's a reissue. There's a really strange thing with Gatineau.
Oh, yeah, continued. Okay, that's what it is.
When we were building the alert system, and we were trying to parse Environment Canada alerts and really try to understand the different regions and stuff, Gatineau gets issued for Ontario, which doesn't seem correct, but it seems to be the case. That's why we post the Gatineau one on our Ontario page. It seems like it ends up getting issued as part of the Ontario bulletins. So,
they probably include it just as nation's capital region.
I think so. Yeah. So I think
I
think that's
people
already
that
been
go
there.
back and forth all day, like who live in one side, work in the other. Yeah, see, a lot of people in the comments are saying just got the continued tornado watch. So that's Environment Canada still thinking that there's something to be careful with this afternoon.
Yeah, it makes sense. I keep muting myself when I eat my crackers so you don't have to hear me chew. That is one of the most annoying sounds. Is this from Blainville? This South Dundas storm is really rotating up high. And so are all of these. They don't look as strong from the Franktown radar, but they sure look grumpy from the Blainville radar. It's very broad rotation from the lower radar, or from the closer radar here, but we'll see what happens with these. I'm going to get rid of my previous polygon that was down from Brockville area. I'm going to scrap that one because that has no relevance at this point. And then I'm probably going to get rid of that other polygon as well, too, the one from Vankleek Hill, because it did weaken. Oh, it's still kind of going, but it's outside my polygon now, so I'm going to get rid of that polygon. And then there's still tornado warning up here in Quebec and rural areas of Quebec, north of Montreal. Cool. 13% tornado risk on this storm that's heading towards Cornwall. From machine learning. That's not low. That's something. Okay. So many polygons. Let me get rid of all of them. Get. Closing so many tabs. Okay, there we go. Okay. I'm going to get rid of minor rotation detected. Brockville. The Brockville one. Okay, I'm getting rid of that from 304. And I'm getting rid of the... excuse me. I'm getting rid of the one from the Vank Leak Hill. Yeah, that was quick. It looked good for a little bit, and then it weakened. So the remaining ones... oh, the severe thunderstorm potential in southwestern Ontario, which I'm probably going to scrap. Yeah, it looks like it's weakened. Okay, I'm going to scrap that one. Winds are 75, so if they pick it up again, then I might send out a new one. But right now, their winds are 75. So okay, I'm getting rid of that one. That was... I didn't expect that to get so interesting, and then obviously it makes sense that it weakened pretty quick as well too. But that really got interesting near Mitchell. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit of microburst damage on that one because it really kicked it up a notch for a few frames there. Yeah, little tiny storm still going towards the Kawartha Lakes. And let's head over here and see. This polygon will disappear, and so will this one. Actually, I'm just going to hit refresh, and we'll see those go away. There we go. Perfect. Severe thunderstorm warning south of Cornwall in the U.S. on this storm that's heading up. This is from Blainville, but look how organized that upper level rotation is here, and look how strong these winds are that are heading up towards Cornwall. If you're from South Dundas all the way to Cornwall here, this could be pretty strong. There could be some damaging wind gusts in here for sure, and there is a little bit of embedded rotation. So, so that could be interesting. I'm gonna chew this cracker, and I'm not gonna let you listen to that because nobody wants to hear it. I'm gonna hit mute.
While you're muted, I'm going to jump in. I had a comment asking about Alliston, about preparing for storms. Right now, it looks like there's just that little line that's moving northeastward into you. Looks to be subsevere, just some heavy rain. Might not even have lightning on it. Actually, I got lightning turned off, so let me check. Yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned for the Alliston region right now. It's just heavy rains and a bit of wind. Nothing crazy.
Thank you for that update. Yeah, Alliston's fine. Just some little pop-up storms happening, but nothing too significant at this point in time. Yeah, this line that's going through Cornwall right now could be interesting. Or it's heading towards Cornwall right now, could be interesting. This Russell area, this area is east of Ottawa. We're watching this line here. There is some storm development to the west. So far, it's been pretty weak, and we hope it stays that way, but these storms are heading to the northeast towards Perth, maybe towards Ottawa. We're going to continue to watch those to see if they do anything fancy. But so far, nothing too exciting, except for what happened in extreme eastern Ontario and then headed up towards Quebec. We'll continue to watch that, but yeah, this cluster, 11% tornado risk on this cluster heading towards Cornwall, and 19% severe wind risk as well. Good. So, what else? Ooh, hello. Excuse me. Your little baby storm. For some reason, machine learning says there's an 11% wind risk and a 4% tornado risk on it, on your little baby storm east of Beaverton.
Lucky
I'm
me.
surprised.
As long as there's no hail on that sucker, I'm fine.
I know, you guys got destroyed by the hail last year.
Yeah, well, and just
do you remember
everything
the date?
east of Simcoe this year is just like, boom, big hail.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to create a banner. A new banner that says, Adam is chewing.
I don't know. It sounds like the people want the chewing.
Nobody wants the chewing.
It's weird.
Nobody wants to hear me chew. I'm going to put Adam is chewing. Your audio works fine. Okay, I'm creating that new banner right now. So every time I chew, I'm going to put this up. Adam is chewing. Your audio works fine. And a smiley face.
You want to maybe double back on the Quebec tornado warning?
Yes, I will. Sorry, I was reading about the dog. Oh, I got a photo of him. I'll show him.
Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, poor baby.
Little funny flawn. Not very happy at the vet. Hopefully he's okay. Puking his face off. Let's go to must have ate something in the yard. That's what our guess is. Strong winds here, showing up. Sorry, they look strong, and then I went and highlighted them and noticed that they were like 50 kilometers an hour. So strengthening winds would be a better term. Strengthening winds here near South Dundas, heading into areas like South Stormont, Newington, and they've kind of kicked it up a notch over the last couple frames. They're heading up towards maybe Finch as well, Sandtown. We'll see what they do in Eastern Ontario. And we still have some strengthening storms heading up towards Cornwall, with some minor rotation in there as well. So we watch that. Let's go take a look at the tornado warning in Quebec. And, whoa, seen some really strong values here. 107 kilometers an hour. There's some, reflectivity looks really messy. So I'm surprised the velocity is so strong here, but reflectivity looks really messy on the left-hand side here, but it looks quite strong as far as the winds are concerned. So still a tornado warning for parts of Quebec, north of Montreal. This was the little storm, the Van Cleek Hill storm that we mentioned earlier, and it's still got something going on. It's not really super tight or organized, but it's got a little bit of broad rotation. From Plainville, this South Dundas up high is really strong. Is into the 93 kilometers an hour, so if any of that reaches the surface, it looks like it might be kind of coming down to reach the surface at this point. And then there's a lot of strong winds in the U.S. heading up towards Cornwall right now, so... Let's jump back to U.S. radar here and see. See, U.S. radar looks ridiculous. Like, it's talking like 130 kilometer an hour winds, but those are probably way up high. But yeah, it's definitely... U.S. radar seems to be quite excited about that, but I think we need to add storm relative velocity because it does a better job of dealing with what looks like to be some really, really, really strong winds. There's some strong rotation, by the way, down here in New York State, near Pierceville and Tupper Lake. Definitely some developing rotation down here in the States. That's upper level, but it could get interesting. So let's go take a look at your little tiny storm. It is still looking pretty boring, but I'm surprised. Machine learning. Oh, machine learning went down to 3% tornado risk on it. It's going back down. Going back down. The that cluster around Morrisburg still says 12% tornado risk on this cluster here. Ugh, my neck's killing me just from like looking to the right at this monitor. I need to get one of those like long curved monitors maybe, just so I don't have to always be like looking over at that one and looking over at this one. Or even better, one of these days I'll just get like, when they get better and lighter, I don't want to get like Apple Vision Pro because it's way too heavy, but eventually when they have like a really, really light version, it would be cool just to have that, and then I could have all the screens around me. That'd be cool. The stream will look weird though. Or maybe I can use like the simulated face. That'll also look horrifying, but I'm sure it'll get better over time. This storm, for some reason machine learning thinks this storm has a 12% tornado risk, but I'm not seeing any organized rotation, so machine learning doesn't always have the answers. But sometimes they can tell you the environment's really strong, this thing's going to increase in strength. It's pretty good at that. Oh, I'm going to eat. Where's my ticker? Here we go. And we're back. Everybody was talking about Listle in the comments. Meh. That might have been really long ago. I didn't check the comments for a while, so it might have been from a while back. But, yeah. Whatever was there is gone. It has weakened. There's a very, very weak little hints of rotation, but nothing exciting. Nothing exciting. And the environment in Southwestern Ontario is still pretty weak. Supercell's at a 1, which is not that high.
Looks like they have extended the tornado warning in Quebec
further
to the northeast.
I see you got rid of Michael in the comments. What do you say? EF 5 to 6?
This is after he's already been in 2 timeouts, so I've had enough of that. Yeah, he's been every comment, EF5, EF5. It's like, nah, we're done with that.
Yeah, that's definitely not the case, so.
No, especially when we tried to keep people calm, and there are a lot of people with storm anxiety, especially around Ottawa region, because they've been hit significantly hard over the last 6 years.
Yeah, it's been pretty brutal for those in the Ottawa region. From the Derecho to the EF3 that went through Dunrobin to Gatineau to
even Barhaven.
Another tornado that day, and then Barhaven got hit. Like, what, didn't it get like twice in like a day, or like twice in like a season? Yeah, I remember
that was last year or the year before.
I think it was last year.
They've had so many tornadoes, I can't keep track of them.
I swear Barhaven got hit twice.
Yeah,
in one season.
Pretty sure it was last year. Yeah.
And Angelic says, yeah, twice last year on the same day. Same storm, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, because I think one of them was near the Costco or something.
Yeah, 2 tornadoes in the same part of Ottawa in a day. Or I don't know if it was in a day. That was
July of 22 that went Highway 7 around Marmora, Maydog, Actinolite. Not in the Ottawa region, but still kind of going eastward.
And then someone's mentioning, yeah, that was the EF3. That was by far the strongest one. Yeah, that was pretty wild.
I remember streaming that one. That was wild.
That was wild. Some really strong winds are heading into Cornwall. This is under a severe... There's no severe thunderstorm warning for Environment Canada. There's a severe thunderstorm warning stateside from the U.S. We've got really strong winds. South Stormont, Cornwall. I guess it is closer to the Franktown radar, which doesn't look as strong, but the Blainville radar looks really strong. So maybe it's picking up on it better. I'm not sure. I'm going to do a polygon for Cornwall, a new one. Let me just adjust this here. Hold on. Because the winds coming in right now look like they could be pretty strong. Okay, I'm doing a new polygon for the Cornwall area. Because it could be damaging wind gusts in that area right now. By the way, we heard a report, a very isolated report of wind damage last night at like 12:30 in the morning. Where was that again? That was just north of Lake Erie, wasn't it? So those storms did have some potential to create damage.
Yeah, we were saying 12:30. That was Hensel. So that's I think north of Exeter, if I remember correctly.
North of Exeter. Oh, really? North of Exeter. Okay. Damaging wind gusts are possible on this storm tracking east-northeast into the Cornwall area. Cornwall region, minor rotation has also been detected. Still seeing some minor rotation on that one. So the timing here is going to be 4:29. Here we go. And let me just send out that notification right now. Okay. Yeah, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, right? It's like stateside on that storm that's heading right into Cornwall. No severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada for that one. Which is interesting. Maybe they'll add it eventually. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. Still tornado warning in Quebec. Still tornado watch in Ontario. And we're still streaming. There's a lot of stills. Okay. Yeah. Still watching what's happening down here. Heading into the Cornwall area. Could see some damaging wind gusts. Could see there is some minor rotation there, so hopefully not a spin up, but it's possible. The stuff that's west of Ottawa looks like it's getting even weaker, so maybe there wasn't a recovery to the environment, which is good news. Down here near Sunbury, radar's talking about 90-kilometer-an-hour wind gusts, but I think that's a lot closer to, it's the equal distance to U.S. radar. I think U.S. radar is a lot weaker on that storm. Or is it? Yeah, U.S. radar's a lot weaker on that. But for some reason, Franktown is quite excited about this storm that's north of Kingston, near Inverary. 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 Yeah, some strong winds, strong inflow winds heading into that storm right now. So there could be some briefly strong wind gusts in this particular area north of Kingston. So there's that. Let's head back over to Southwestern Ontario. You know what I should do? I should swap monitors. I should bring my radar over to that monitor and bring all my reports and stuff over to this monitor, and then I can stop looking to the right all the time. If you've been on the live stream for a while, it's time to stretch, everybody. Stretching it out. It's stretching time. Everybody stretch. Come on, stretch it out. We're stretching. And if you're watching on your phone and you're like looking down at it, try to like lift it up so you're not curving your neck. It's always a good thing. Big stretchings. Let's go. Melissa says, strong winds in Carleton Place. Thank you very much. Evan Freiberger says, it's pronounced Invarvarvarari. Invarvarvarari. Is that Evan Freiberger? What's up? If you're tracking storms in the U.S., be sure to give Evan a follow. Give him a subscribe on YouTube. He is one of a handful of awesome live streamers that stream down in the U.S. But Evan Freiberger coming in on the live stream. Appreciate it, bud. And thanks we heard you've been sending people our way, so we sincerely appreciate that. Thank you kindly, Evan. Evan is actually, he's excited about virtue weather as well, which why haven't I been showing it on the stream? I should probably show it. I've got it in the background right now. I should probably load it up. Let's see here. Not much in southwestern Ontario, just some gusty winds, maybe a little bit of lightning. Your storm looks pretty boring there, Atlanta, and we'll keep an eye on that one. Still trying to watch for... Sorry?
I'm good with boring.
Yeah, boring's good.
It was pouring rain this morning. I think in about 2.5 hours, we got probably 20 millimeters of rain. It was just endless.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah, from Blainville, this storm heading into Cornwall looks a lot stronger than it looks like from Franktown. Franktown is a bit closer, but it's hard to say for sure. But there is a little bit of minor rotation in there, but it's pretty weak. But, yeah. And still that tornado warning up here in Quebec. Looks like a lot of strong winds up there right now. I'm not seeing anything super strong as far as rotation is concerned, but who knows? You don't know what's going on up there. Let's see. These storms are becoming more linear. They're not looking like they're rotating very strong. We still have a tornado watch in parts of eastern Ontario, though. We are watching these storms closely to see if they kick it up a notch. There could be some pretty strong winds over here in parts of eastern Ontario that are north of Kingston. We're continuing to watch that. If you were in Cornwall, you're pretty much in it now, so let us know what you're experiencing. Evan says, hi. We love Evan. Nice. He says, I've been sending people your way. Yes, very much, so please, Joe. Awesome. Oh, thank you so much, Evan. We appreciate it. Yeah, but definitely if you're tracking storms in the U.S., give Evan a follow. Evan rocks. There's a couple of other streamers as well too. Of course, Ryan Hall, and of course Max Velocity is really cool too. But definitely have Evan up there because he's got a great take on things, and He's been pretty hardcore, actually. Evan's been tracking storms in a big way. I think at one point in time he said he was live for the most tornado warnings out of any of the streamers. Evan says minimum velocity, or minimum velocity. Yeah, max velocity is pretty cool too. Oh, I'm gonna chew my food. This is, I don't know if you do this, Evan, but this is a highly technical thing I do here, where when I'm gonna chew this cheese and cracker combo, nobody needs to hear it. So I'm gonna hit mute, but then I'm gonna bring this banner up. And we're back. And we're back. Let's see here. Yeah, US radar looks pretty strong towards Cornwall, but it's quite a distance away. Let's see what Blainville's talking about. Blainville looks really strong, so we'll see. Let me know in Cornwall what you're experiencing, if it's safe to do so. It looks grumpy.
Still seeing some pretty clear rotation on Blainville into Quebec.
Oh, into Quebec? Okay.
Yeah, northeast of Mont Tremblant.
Cat Brutal on YouTube says, I can still hear it by looking at you. Don't manifest the chewing sound. S. Walker coming in. Long-term prediction in Ottawa. Long-term? I mean, how long-term? Like, I mean, it's going to get cold for winter, and then it'll get warm again for summer. That's my long-term prediction for Ottawa.
Adam,
let's see here.
Don't be a smartass.
Why not? It's all I got. It's all I have left. No, let's see here. It's quiet in Cornwall, says Ross. Probably not for long. S. Walker says, tonight, you goose. Long-term prediction. I don't know. It's hard to say what's going to happen. I don't think these storms to the west of Ottawa look very potent. So, unless they decide to really kick it up a notch, they could. But so far, they look pretty boring. So, I don't know. My answer is, I don't know. Oh, I don't have any crackers left. All I have is 3 pieces of cheese. I think I'm going to do them in one take. And then, oh, it's 4 pieces. I'm going to hammer these 4 pieces of cheese in one take. It'll be the last of my chewing banner. Here we go. The last of my chewing banner. Here we go. Let's see. Bye-bye, chewing banner. It was nice to see you. Okay, and I'm back. Miss Smash says crunch, crunch, crunch. There's no crunching. I was just eating cheese. It's just, it was a crunchless chew. Ross says, this is quality content.
I mean, isn't it though?
And Stormwatch Erie says, Adam's mom enters the chat. Adam, don't be a smartass. Thanks,
Thank
Mom.
God I'm not your mother.
Actually, well, somebody has to be on the live stream here. I need usually Brendan's dad, and if you want to be mom, that'd be great. Somebody needs to keep me in line.
No, you can't be left unsupervised.
Yeah, and Brendan can't be left unhinged. Let's see here. Evan says he actually doesn't mute his mic. He's just mastered the art of chewing silently. And he also said he's getting hungry, so I guess my apologies. Oh, they have extended the tornado warning in Quebec, and there's a whole lot of I don't know what they're seeing. I'm not seeing any rotation. I see some strong winds.
It was literally there on the last frame, and now it's just poof, disappeared.
This little thing? I think this was noise.
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't know. Like, look how randomly it jumps around. I don't know. I think this was noise.
They obviously have justification for issuing the tornado warning, and that's.
Do they though? I don't know. Let's see here. If I go back
they don't
one,
just do it willy nilly.
Well, no, before it looked good, but I'm saying they're continuing it, but I'm just not seeing it. I don't see any rotation here. So there's super strong winds, though. 105 kilometers an hour. There's definitely damaging wind gust potential up here. I'm just not seeing any rotation, so I just call it how I see it. Not seeing it. Let's see here. Let's see what's going on in Cornwall. It's probably going to get pretty gusty there. There's a little bit of minor rotation just south of the international border as well. And so that may affect Cornwall. We'll see. I don't think it's going to be tornadic, but it could be interesting. Could be interesting. Is it just me, or has things gotten a little bit more boring? I feel like we're getting a little bit more boring. Steve says, comedy and weather at its finest. Thank you, Adam and team. You're very welcome. Don't forget about the music. Katrina says, get this man in CTV. No, thanks. I'm good. I'd rather just sit in my basement, eating cheese. I don't think they want that on CTV. They don't want me hitting mute and chewing.
No, they probably really don't.
They probably really don't.
They probably expect a certain level of professionalism that we just don't do.
Yeah, you can't. This is unscripted. I mean, their whole thing's scripted. We're unscripted here. We're just flying by the seat of our pants here. This is how we roll. So,
but you know what? This is how we connect with our community. It's like we're not stuffed shirts in any way. We're just kind of keep it real. Oh, okay. No.
I'm doing up the top button. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here on the Instant Weather live stream. That is right. I'm going to start wearing a tie. Should I start wearing... I'll start wearing a tie, and I'll stand up.
A monocle?
And a monocle? This is going a little
far. I don't know.
I'm not an owl. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here on the Instant Weather live stream. Cornwall has a little bit of minor rotation, but so far it looks relatively weak. Over to you, Alana.
Yeah, no, I can't do that.
It's okay. Nobody wants you to. It's fine. It's all good.
Okay, good. It's like, oh, is this expected of me now?
Mr. Spock says, and now a word from our sponsor.
The Vulcans.
Zestfully clean. I don't know. Let's see here. The comments are funny. Let's see here. Barrie still has power. It's not a full outage. I didn't lose power in Barrie. I'm good. There's nothing going on in Barrie. It's probably a completely not weather related outage. There is a little bit of storm development. We might get some rain in Barrie, maybe a little bit of lightning, but it's all pretty calm.
Are you guys Hydro 1 in Barrie?
No.
Or
I don't think we are.
Have your own
power stream? Or, yeah, I think it's different. We are on the hospital grid, which is helpful because I don't know if I told you when there was that wild ice storm back in like 2015. I remember because my wife was pregnant, I had to go pick her up, and we were like driving through like all this slush. Oh, Electra as well, yeah. We're driving through all this slushy, kind of like almost like hail on the ground. From the ice storm, right? It created this crazy slush, and we were just in a Corolla, and we were like trying to plow through all of this slush. And then when we got to our street, like the whole, like literally, power is out in Barrie. There's it looked like a war zone because there was like giant green flashes of power arcing, of like, obviously arcing, you know what that is. So there's big green flashes on the horizon. All the power's out. We turn onto our street. All the power's on, and we had power. It was like Christmas, wasn't it? Christmas. I think.
Are you thinking 2013?
No, maybe I'm thinking 2013. No,
that was
she was pregnant. She was pregnant, so maybe it wasn't. She was pregnant, but he was born in September. But she was pregnant. So when was it? Maybe she was just early on in her pregnancy. So it was like March or something of 2015, I think. Yeah, I think that's what it was.
So yeah, different.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Bert says, live weather from Barrie. It's cloudy. End report. Yeah, you're gonna get some rain maybe. Dune says something weird on radar near Cornwall. I'll go check it out. I've been trying to keep an eye on Cornwall here because it's been interesting with the stuff coming up from the U.S. Oh, this little thing? Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like noise, but... Oh, it's still on tilt 2. It's on tilt 1. It's on tilt 2. It is kind of on tilt 3. Uh-huh. I've got a minor rotation notification for Cornwall here, so there could be a little bit of rotation here near Hogansburg in New York State, and that may... Oh, yeah, because it was actually kind of rotating down here. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is something for sure. And it's heading up towards Glen Walter, up towards Somerstown, Cameron's Point. There is a little bit of rotation on that cell. Let's go look at machine learning in here and see what's going on. 4% tornado risk on that cell. But there's something going on there. Oh, it sounds like my puppy's back. Sounds like he's back from the vet, so that's a good sign. They didn't need to keep him for anything. So that's good. And yeah, this is from Blainville, and there's something going on right there. Huh. Yeah. That is definitely... S. Walker said, show us the puppy. I already did. I already showed you the photo from the vet my wife sent me, which is right here.
Franktown is showing that as well, just a heads up.
Yeah, sorry. I was looking at Franktown on the lot. That's what I was looking at before.
Okay,
let me just check Montauk here. One sec. I'll just do it in the background really quick.
No, they're not really showing much from there.
On that one, no.
Folding through there.
Actually, you know what? I think
Burlington.
I was gonna say, is that KCXX radar maybe even closer?
Yeah.
Or is it? No, I think Montauk is still... Oh, they're about equal. Yeah, they're about equal. But Franktown is probably the closest. Actually, no, you know what? Blainville is the closest. There is a... yeah. There is something on that cell. Okay, I'm going to do a new polygon for that. Because it is definitely something. Thank you for whoever said that in the comments to bring my attention back to that storm. I appreciate that. And, yeah, I'm not liking that. And that is right, basically southeast. So that's kind of going right over Cornwall if you look at it from Blainville. And it's going up to the northeast. Let me just see exactly which way it's going. Who's closer, Franktown or Blainville? No, actually, Franktown is slightly closer. And it's moving, let's see, towards Cameron's Point here. So I'm going to adjust my polygon to just eastern Cornwall. And let me bring it back to there, to there. I'm going to make this polygon a lot smaller because I don't know if this is going to hang out that long. Let's make it a nice small polygon here, just from eastern Cornwall up towards Williamstown, basically. It's on its way towards Williamstown. Okay, I'm going to do a little polygon here. Rotation detected. Oopsie. Stop it. Okay, rotation detected on the storm in eastern Cornwall. Tracking to the northeast towards Williamstown. Let's see here. Initially towards Glen Walker, but eventually up towards Williamstown. It's going that direction. Maybe a little bit to the east. Should probably just say Glen Walker. Okay. Northeast towards Glen Walker. Sorry, Glen Walter, not Walker. And the time here is 4:49. Okay, I'm going to post that right now. Oh, we got an update, and it's not as strong. It always does that to me, just as I go to post the polygon. Yeah, it's definitely not as strong on the latest update. What looked like rotation has weakened somewhat. It still looks interesting from Blainville, though. Like really strong winds possible. It might just be bad positioning versus the...
Finally got a severe thunderstorm warning.
There was wind damage reported on that storm in the U.S. down power lines on the storm that went into Cornwall. Okay, all right. Rotation and damaging winds. I'm gonna put rotation for that storm.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Cornwall across to Baynesville and pretty much up to the 417.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna send that out right now. A rotation and damaging winds. Yep. Okay. Okay, I sent that out. It should show up on our. Yeah, but I did see a MPing report there of in Massena, Massena, New York, wind damage on that storm, down power lines for that same storm that went right into Cornwall. So clearly, Blainville is closer, so it's tracking that storm better. And KCXX is actually closer. KCXX actually shows a little bit of rotation, which is the Burlington radar on that storm right there. So yeah, this one is showing some rotation. Has a report of right here, Messina had damaging. Messina had damaging winds, went into Cornwall. Now it's moving this way towards Williamstown, and right now towards I said Glen Walter, but it continues to move to the northeast towards Williamstown. And so that is something. We've got something going on here. Looks weaker from Franktown, but it looks pretty darn strong from Blainville. It still looks quite strong from the U.S. radar, and I've got minor rotation detected on it. I'm going to get rid of that minor. No, I'm going to keep that going because it's tracking to the northeast, and that polygon covers a pretty good swath. You can see this is my little polygon that I did from Cornwall right here. Just that little orange polygon. I just want to do a little one of that storm moving up, but and then you have this one as well too, which is damaging wind risk. So yeah, we give a big heads up to those in Cornwall if there is any wind damage there. Again, a big heads up. We've been talking about it for a while. So there's that. All right, that area is covered. Environment Canada's got a severe thunderstorm warning on it now as well, so that's good. Excellent. So back to your tiny little storm near Fenland Falls. Looks pretty boring near Bob Cajun. Looks like Barrie's into some rain now. Innisfil Sutton into some rain as well too. I'm not seeing anything severe on these storms. We were never expecting anything severe. The only thing that got interesting there for a bit was that storm near Mitchell. That definitely got interesting. It looked like maybe a little microburst for a little bit, but it did weaken eventually, which is good. And so this is the only storm I'm kind of interested in is this little one down here near Erin. And Brisbane, Hillsburg. That is an interesting little storm. We'll see what it wants to do as it continues to track. Looks like it's a right splitter from the little line going through Orangeville. But mainly just have gusty winds, torrential rain, maybe some small hail, but nothing too exciting in southwestern Ontario. So there's that. Yeah, so I don't know how long this is going to last. I think probably we're going to shut this down relatively soon if we don't see any big-time developments. The storms that were coming in from the west that we thought might get stronger, kind of not really getting that strong. Cornwall is the only interesting thing going on right now. And of course, the storms that were up in Quebec. But besides that, nothing's too... This is interesting, but I don't know if this is just noise. Maybe not. Whoa. Wow. On tilt 2, it really is showing some strong values. And then tilt 1, this looks noisy, but this could be a little bit of rotation here. It is still in my minor rotation detected polygon. Still got that big blue polygon there. So, and then still like, which is looking like strong, if not damaging winds going into Summer Station, Glendale, Williamstown, South Lancaster. Baynesville, not Blainesville, but Baynesville, Ontario. South Glengarry, Glen Gordon, Picnic Grove. Sounds like a nice place. Curry Hill, North Lancaster, Bridge End. There is a severe thunderstorm warning just north of Ontario in Quebec. I'm not sure. Maybe that was from before. That must be an old one. Really strong winds still up in Quebec where they had a tornado warning. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there still is a tornado warning up there. Yeah,
Yep,
still
I
a
haven't
tornado
seen
warning up here.
anything canceled yet.
This doesn't look like a tornado to me. This looks like a downburst, but it looks strong. 107 kilometers an hour winds, so which is just as dangerous as a tornado. Wow, it looks really weak from the Trois River. Or is that Trois River? Oh, I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Okay. Now we're starting to get, again, I still think this could be noise. It could be getting a little more interesting. I'm not seeing it on tilt 2. I don't know. Sometimes when you have these like little blips, they kind of feel like noise, but yeah, definitely a downburst risk up here. Maybe some rotation. It's hard to say for sure, but tornado warning continues for parts of Quebec, well north of Montreal. Let's see here. Looks like Quebec Vortex is out in full force. They are tracking these storms as well. Seeing some other reports coming up on Twitter here. They're actually in Ontario. Gardien, Ontario? Where's that? Let's see here. I'm just going to look it up in the background. I don't know. Is it what? L apostrophe A-N-G-E space Gardien, Ontario. Wherever that is. L'Ange Gardien, Ontario. It says Quebec. It says, this one says Champlain.
I don't even know what you're looking at.
I'm trying to figure out this. There's a report on, oh, I see where they are. Okay, they're way, way, way up there. Okay, they're right up by Hawkesbury. So Quebec Vortex is way up here, and they're saying they're seeing some rotation. Where are they here? This is right near Hawkesbury. So let's find Hawkesbury, which is right here. They're like right in here somewhere. They're right here. This is what they're looking at. L'Ange Gardien. L'Ange Gardien? I don't know. They're right here, and they're saying they see some rotation, but radar looks pretty weak. I'm not seeing anything on radar, so they're seeing a little bit though. Still, the values here going through Williamstown. I mean, 111 kilometers an hour. This is the strongest storm we've seen potentially today, besides that rotation earlier on that caused a tornado warning. If this is legit, by the way, remember I thought this looks like noise near Mariontown? Look at the next frame. It basically just evaporated. It's gone. But this is really strong winds right here. This storm heading through McGilvery's Bridge towards South Glengarry, Williamstown. There was a report of damage on the state side. This could definitely be bringing some wind damage to Williamstown right now. That looks really strong. Excuse me. Yeah, it is looking pretty grumpy. 5% tornado risk on that cell. And interesting. Interesting. So let me just reorganize my windows here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Hold on a second here. I need to go do some moderating on Twitch.
Yes,
Heading
please
over
do.
Heading over to Twitch right now. Give me a second.
Oh yeah, definitely axe that.
Definitely.
They're still going.
What? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, 1 second here. Saucy Studios on Twitch says, oof. Where is my text, Twitch? You said you're going to send me an SMS. I don't see it yet. I see nothing. Hey. Nothing. Come on, Twitchy. It says use your authenticator app. Okay, I think I've got that Google authenticator app thing here. Okay, I'll do that. 1 second here. There we go. Okay. All right, I'll type this in 1 second here. I'm good. I did match the requested thing. What are you talking about? Okay, it worked. Hooray. Time to moderate Twitch. And there's a lot of people that want to be mods on Twitch that are probably angry at me right now. My apologies. Wow, Twitch is so fast. As soon as I got on there, the thing I just said, I heard. It was like Twitch, and I heard Twitch. That's how fast it was. Wow, that was fast. Let's see here. Oh boy. How do I get to creator dashboard? How do I moderate this thing? Let's see. Community, content. Where are stream manager? Where are all the comments? Okay, second. I don't see them here. I'm just gonna have to wait for another comment. Oh well. I'll figure it out later. Let's go back to manage stream. Okay. I don't see that comment. I just saw that I needed to moderate, but I'll find it. 1 second here. What was it? It was
Do you want the username?
Yeah, no, I can find it. 1 second here.
Okay.
I'll look for it. I see it. Straight. Okay. I don't see it. It's too bad when you log into Twitch, you can't see the previous comments. Like they're just gone. It's only showing me the newest stuff. Oh well. All right. I'll go back to our channel here. Back to our channel, and I'll just wait. I'll just keep that up and wait. That's so strange. There's got to be a way to look at the old comments. Anyways, whatever. All right, I'll figure it out. One of these days. It's too bad StreamYard doesn't have a way to moderate Twitch right from StreamYard. Like, StreamYard lets us, like, yeah, you can see 3 of them. I just can't see them. I don't know why. They're just not there. Yeah, because, like, from StreamYard, we can you know, boot people from YouTube. We can boot people from Facebook. We can moderate all the stuff, but for some reason, it doesn't have those controls for Twitch, which is annoying.
Yeah, that is really annoying. Because it's like, I can see them. I can't do anything about them.
I can't do anything about it. Unless I log into Twitch, which I've done, and then I don't see the comment there. Yeah, these still look like really strong winds. South Glengarry, North Lancaster, Green Valley. Definitely see some damaging wind gusts with that storm right there. It looks pretty strong. Looking pretty strong. Yep. Definitely downburst potential there. That is the strongest storm we've seen potentially today. So we wait to see if any of the stuff from the west is going to get strong as it heads towards kind of the Ottawa regions, but I'm not seeing it so far. Just not seeing it. AYLAA824 says YouTube brought me here. Yeah, if you want to search for instant weather on Twitch, we are there. I think the person who knew they were going to get removed stopped commenting. Hey, you know what though? It was effective. If regardless, they stopped commenting, so it's effective. Really low clouds in Canada. Thank you very much. Appreciate the comment or the report. Thank you kindly. just checking on Ottawa. I know we have a lot of folks in the Ottawa area. They're wondering what's up. There's some rain coming in from the west. Nothing too exciting at this point in time. Just some rain, maybe some
not
lightning.
Like they haven't got just completely dumped on already this afternoon.
Yeah.
Here, have some more rain.
Miss Esri pointed out that we need to make Smith. We need to make Smith a mod on Twitch. We do. I know we do.
Well, and we already have sectoral leader Cody on our team.
Oh, that's true, but I don't know if he's tied up at the moment. Maybe
he's online, but doesn't have the mod privileges yet. So.
Oh, that's right.
So as soon as we're done,
he gave me the command. Wasn't it like /mod? Hold on here. I see him right there. He said I'm right there. Okay, /mod. He gave me the command, and then I can make sectoral. Oh, what's his I see it. It's gonna work. Yep. Watch this. I got it.
Do it.
And some other granted moderator privileges to sectoral leader Cody. Hooray!
Finally.
I'm gonna do the same thing to Smith if I can find her. Smith? I don't see it there. She's probably not on right now. Okay, but Cody's got it. Ms. Esri, do you want it too? No. Oh my good lord, that is being banned.
I'm on it.
Sweet lord, I already did it. I got it. I got it. Whoa, whoa. Oh boy.
Yeah.
It happens. No, it wasn't on Twitch. It was on YouTube. Anyways, it's gone. It's gone. This is still looking really strong. I'm still thinking this is some of the strongest wins we've seen so far. Going into Green Valley right now. Damaging wind gusts continue to the north. I'm going to do a new polygon for those folks because it's looking pretty grumpy on that storm. Just about out of my polygon here. Give me one sec. Okay, so I'm going to go like this and continue my polygon to the northeast and down. And yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. Which way is this storm going? To the northeast, I think? Yeah, heading up towards the Alexandria area. Really strong winds. Green Valley, McCormick. Kirkhill maybe misses to the east. I'm not sure exactly which way it's going to go, but those are some pretty strong winds that are heading that way right now. So let's do this and that. There we go. Okay. All right, and what's the percentages on that one? 8% tornado risk on that cell. Okay, I'm going to go, still going to go orange. Still going to go damaging winds and minor rotation. I was going to say damaging winds and rotation. Damaging wind gusts and rotation have been detected on this storm near, did it just get worse? It's got a strange little tail to it near Pine Hill. Near Pine Hill. I mean, it's kind of noisy, but tracking to the northeast. Towards, I usually like to give it towards Dalhousie, Dalhousie, etc. The timing here is 5:08. There we go. And let's do this and that and this and that. Pine Hill, Ontario, and eventually into Quebec. Eventually into Quebec. That's 5:08. Looks good to me. I'm sending it out right now. 165 folks in the path of that one. Oh, I've been sitting so long. I need to get... Ryan's got the standing desk. I need to get that. I've been thinking about it for a long time, and then I saw him, and I was like, okay, I really need to get that. This is heading up towards Glen Robertson, Glen Sandfield, Tres Saint Redempteur. Eventually up towards Quebec here. But this is a pretty strong storm right now. Pretty strong. Heading up that way. Saucy Studio says, you folks not on Kick yet? No, I don't think we're streaming on Kick. We use a platform called StreamYard, and I don't know if they've added Kick. Maybe they have. But I'm not sure if they have it yet. But it'd be cool to stream on Kick. I'm not against it.
So the sky just opened up here. And I didn't realize... Oh wow, yeah. So it's fully developed south of Simcoe, and it's just like suddenly just pouring rain here again.
Oh boy. Let me see. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. Getting some rain. All good. I'm going to take a look at that storm down by Aaron. Looks like some lightning on it. Inglewood. Inglewood's finest shoes. If anybody got that reference. 24 karat magic in the air. That was a Bruno Mars reference, by the way. If anybody got that. Let's see if in the comments anybody get that. Nobody got it. All right. Maybe they did. The Busy Little House says, thank you from near Harrington, Quebec. It got bad around 3 p.m. with rotation. You're very welcome. Glad we were able to give you a heads up on that one. Good. So, buttons. You know what I mean? Sew buttons. It's typically something that people sew is buttons. This is all we've got, folks. We're down to sew buttons. I'm gonna get rid of my other polygon. I think I'm gonna get rid of this Cornwall one, and there's a bunch of polygons I gotta get rid of here. Hold on a second. Okay, which polygons are getting the axe? Lisbon, New York, tracking northeast towards Cornwall. That one can go. Damaging wind risk, possible in storm tracking northeast towards Cornwall. That one can go. Take this eastern Cornwall tracking to the northeast towards Glen Walter. That one can go. And all we have left is this final polygon here, which is that one right there. Okay. Let me hit refresh and they will all be gone. Oh, submit. There we go. Yeah, this is the area of concern right now. And hope my polygon wasn't a little too far to the west, but we'll see. Maybe. Possible. Could be affecting areas a little bit to the east here as well. But some really strong winds in there right now. But yeah, this has been, as far as, big time rotation, we did have one strongly rotating storm that moved into Quebec. It was tornado warned on the Canadian side of the border. And that's been about it so far, as far as strong rotation is concerned. So there's that. And how are you doing, everyone? Let us know in the comments. How's your day going? Sud says, is the environment weakening? It's slowly pushing out to the east. So the environment will continue into Quebec, but it's getting weaker for Ontario. Yeah, it's starting to, we're down to a supercell of 2, and that will continue to push out to the east. So, yeah.
I'm seeing supercell of 4 just along the border
right along
of New York.
Yeah, and there's actually a VTP of 2 right along the border of New York as well, too.
Oh, yeah, little bullseye, I see that.
Yeah, which is right about here-ish.
Yeah.
But there's not really any storms in that section. And this is kind of the only strong storm left in Ontario. It's moving out to the east. I don't think anything is going to... I'm a little bit pessimistic that anything is going to explode that's over here in Ontario. Everything looks pretty washed. I think that's probably it for the stream for now, I think. You know what happens every time I do that, right? Is something will increase in strength. But no, I think that's pretty much it. I think we're probably going to shut down the stream. And then we'll do the old classic thing of, if things get interesting, we'll jump back on. I'm going to leave everything set up the way I've got it right now, so that if I have to go live again, I can. But I think we're probably going to stop the stream for now. I'm going to go say hi to my son, see what he's up to. I'll take my iPad with me so I can track the radar on Instant Weather Pro. And yeah, I think that's probably going to be it. K10 Productions coming in with Super Chat. Thank you so much. You are Sigma. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Ms. Esri says, without a song? Okay, well, maybe I can play a song. Maybe a song. Which original should I play? Which one? I don't know. This is usually where Alana checks out.
No, I'm still here. I had to mute for a second because I got a phone call from my husband. But
Okay. How's Mike doing?
he's good. He's just on his way home and picking up some groceries for dinner. I haven't been able to get out this afternoon.
Well, that was nice of him.
It's good timing that we'll be wrapping things up, so then I can make dinner.
Exactly. What's everybody eating for dinner? Let us know in the comments. We want to know. We must know what you're eating.
Our plans are chicken burgers and fries.
Oh, that's nice. Sheila says, thank you for your time. My first time here, and will follow. I already subscribed. Thank you so much, Sheila. I appreciate that. Sheila, if you don't have our free app, you can go download it. Evan's eating some wangs. He's eating wangs. If you head over to instantweatherapp.com, you can download our free app, and then you get notified if we see anything interesting or if there's any alerts from Environment Canada going out. Looks like the Cornwall severe thunderstorm warning has ended from Environment Canada. I just saw that on our Twitter feed, and so there's that.
Yeah, and people who are watching on YouTube, please like and subscribe so you get future updates from us.
That's right. Yes. Please give it a like if you can, and if you can hit the subscribe button too, that would be awesome. And then when we go live, you'll get a notification from YouTube, typically. What could I play on the old guitar? Let's see here. It seems in tune, but I always want to check it. But let's see. But it seems in tune. Good. I have to remember to turn off my noise canceling. Uh-oh, it's a little sharp. That's okay, because I can be a little sharp too, so. Let's see. That doesn't sound too shabby. Okay. Yeah, so I think I'll play a little tune for those who are left. If you've hung out in the live stream this much. Pugsy says, play the song you made for your wife. I haven't practiced it in a while, so I think I'm going to mess it up. So I will, you know what though, Pugsy? I promise I will practice that song so that the next time I do a live stream, or one of the next live streams, I'm not going to hate to put up promises that I can't keep, but one of the next live streams, I promise that I will play that song for sure. Life of Tur says, oh no, this entire time I was not subscribed and I've been following you since you started. That's okay. It's all good. If you just want to hit the subscribe button, and don't forget to hit the notification bell as well. Jess says you need to learn the Tornado Country song. It's so good. I did write a Tornado Country song called Tornadoes Suck, but it's not very good. It was like, tornadoes suck, oh yes they do. They don't like me and they don't like you. But that's okay, because we don't like them either. Something like that. But anyways. Tornadoes suck like a vacuum cleaner. There ain't much worse nor anything meaner. Anyways, it goes on for a while. The chorus is pretty good, actually. It was like, if you don't like them, don't be afraid. If you're prepared, then you are safe. Always know just what to do. Anyways, I don't really write country songs, but Crickle says Bookend Vortex. I did write a song about a tornado called Bookend Vortex at one point, that I occasionally bring out and laugh at, but let's see here. Oh, I didn't have my reduced mic background noise on this entire time, which can anybody hear my air conditioning? Hope not.
No, I couldn't
Bookend
really
vortex.
hear much background noise.
I think I have in OBS. I have that like the thing where if it's below a certain threshold, it cuts it off. So I think that's probably it. So when I'm talking, it's there, but then when I'm not, it cuts it off. So that's kind of like a noise canceling. But lad from the wood says, "What's with the fake American accent?" Well, if I'm singing a country song, I like to do a little yodel.
Please never do that again.
It's fun. So what was it? The Bookend Vortex was like. Bookend Vortex, do do do. Bookend Vortex, do 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 do. It's a rotating storm at the north end of a Boeing line. It's a Bookend Vortex, do 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 do. It's not a very nice storm. Something like that. That's the Bookend Vortex song, but all right, what song should I play? Let me think here. I've got a few originals, I think. Last night I played, because we were putting everybody to bed, I played Going Back to Bed, which was that one was pretty good. There's No Apologies is good. There's, I know Sarah wanted me to play, Spanish-ish, so I'll work on that because I haven't practiced it in a while. But everybody wants Blackbird. Yeah, the problem is we get dinged every time I play Blackbird. We get dinged. I think this is what we're gonna do. At some point in time, we're going to do a live stream, and then when the live stream ends, we're gonna do like an after-hour stream. So we're gonna shut down the stream, start up a new stream, and then I'll play a whole bunch of cover songs. But during our main streams, if I play cover songs, then we get like completely dinged for all our revenue goes to Paul McCartney. So. Even though we're covering it, it's interesting. What's a good song that I've written? Let me think here. I'm probably going to default back to like No Apologies. Oh, you know what I can play? High Five is fun. There's so many. Oh, I have a list. I forgot. I was actually putting together a list of songs that I remember. Songs that I've written that I remember. Here we go.
We got a cute super chat from YouTube. I'm gonna bring it up on stream.
Oh, I see it there. Yeah, my five-year-old wants to be a storm chaser when he's older. He's watching your stream instead of Bluey today with that rain we got here in Barrie. LOL. Bluey's super. I can't believe you're watching this instead of Bluey. Bluey's amazing, by the way. Bluey's like one of the greatest cartoons of all time, I think, potentially. My son's favorite episode is the one where they're doing FaceTime, but then the kid takes the phone and starts running around the house, and it's like complete chaos, and then it's like the parents chasing them around the house with the cell phone. It's so good. It's amazing. Pugsy the Pug says, no apologies. All right, I'll bust out no apologies. Oh, do the weather song. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I'll do no apologies. This is a song I wrote back when I was like, I don't know, like 18 or 19 or something like that. But I'll bust this out. Here we go. I'm going to play the song, then we're going to shut down the stream, but we'll continue to watch the storms to make sure there's nothing too significant as they track eventually east into Quebec. But we're not seeing any of that strengthening we were thinking may have happened with those storms from the west. So, yeah, I think we're probably going to shut down the stream. If nothing gets stronger, I wouldn't be surprised if EC dropped the tornado watch if none of these storms are getting stronger from the west. So I would not be surprised if that happened. But we'll have to see. Have to wait to see what they do with that. But yeah, so I'm just going to leave that up on the screen. And I will, Lad says, from the wood says, Ottawa Valley accent better for country too. There's an Ottawa Valley accent? I didn't realize. Okay, I'll do no apologies. Just because I know it like the back of my hand and I can bust it out. Okay, here we go. Warm with the old voice here. Here we go. I will not apologize for anything I've done. There's no regrets with who I was or who I have become. It seems strange when I look in the mirror. Future's fuzzy, but it's getting clearer. And I will not be saying sorry. No way I'm saying so. Summer, spring, a winter, fall. I can't believe I've done them all. Every time, look outside, it's something new. And everyone tries to tell me every day's the same. They've got no one but themselves to blame. Ooh-wee-oo. 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 I will not apologize for anything I've said. There is no one else but me stuck inside this head. And it seems strange when I look in the mirror. Future's fuzzy, but it's getting clearer. And I will not be saying sorry. No way I'm saying so. Summer, spring, or winter, fall. I can't believe I've done them all. Every time, look outside, something new. Everyone tries to tell me every day's the same. They've got no one but themselves to blame. Ooh-wee-oo. Ooh-wee-oo. Sing it with me, come on. Ooh-wee-oo. 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 That's a fun one. Thank you so much, everyone. I sincerely appreciate it. Sincerely appreciate you joining us on the live stream. Again, we're going to continue to watch these storms as they track their way into Quebec as well, too, and see if anything else does occur in Eastern Ontario. So far, it's looking like it's getting more and more boring, but we will continue to watch it closely to see just in case. Just in case anything decides to kick it up a notch. Speaking of that, Alana.
Yes.
Are you watching the storm that is south of Buckhorn right now?
No, but I will.
I am going to go and make a polygon right now. Because look
hello.
at this. Your
Hello there,
little
guy.
nothing storm. That's your little storm. Now it's got inflow winds of 139 kilometers an hour. I am thinking, and there's a velocity there. I'm pretty concerned with that storm, so I don't think we're shutting down the stream, folks.
Music time.
Yeah.
Psych.
Yeah, see what it did? As soon as I play a song, storms kick it up a notch again. Here we go. I'm going to go rotation on that one because that is quite the inflow. Quite the inflow. And that is heading towards... right now it's near Buckhorn, and it's tracking to the east, north of Lakefield. That storm is damaging wind gusts and rotation on that one right now. I'm going to go orange, and that is looking pretty darn strong. Where did that come from? I don't know how long that's going to last, but let's see here. And that's your little storm. It's actually kind of actually tracking to the northeast a little bit. My polygon is wrong. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to just do something like that. We'll
yeah,
see
I'd
what
say
happens.
more like an east-northeast.
Yeah, east-northeast. Okay, I'm going to go orange because those are very strong inflow winds. Damaging winds and rotation. Damaging wind gusts and rotation have been detected on this storm near Buckhorn, tracking to the east, northeast, towards... where? Towards...
Say Burley Falls.
Yeah, Burley Falls, I guess so. Burleighfal. That's Burley Falls, etc. And the timing here is 5:29. I should know better than to not be live at 5 o'clock. Let's see here, and I'm going to send that out right now. There we go. Damaging winds and rotation.
Wonder if we might see even a little bit of hail on that.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's in my kind of default stuff there. But, oh, it's going to be 9:30 exactly as I post this. So I'm going to go 9:30. There we go. And sending it out right now. Okay, of course this is happening, folks. Of course, because I decided to play a song, and that ends up 2% tornado risk on that one, 14% damaging wind risk from machine learning. But look, that's also probably based on the previous frame, but it really kicked it up a notch right here.
530.
I don't think this is noise. Because if this was noise, then there'd be really weak values all the way around it. But this is 87, 90, 87, 90, 94, 139.32 inflow winds on that storm, and it weakened.
You know what? Better to send something out than to not.
I agree. There's actually a hook on it now, and Tilt 2 actually has more rotation. This is also pretty far away from radar, so maybe it didn't weaken as much as I think. So we're quite a distance.
YouTube comment saying that their buddy is chasing that storm and there's rotation on it.
Let's see here. My buddy, Joel says, my buddy is Chad, is chasing the storm in Buckhorn. There's rotation on the storm. Thank you very much. Hopefully you stay safe. Don't you dare play more music. Comment came in. My apologies. Actually, wait. I just said my apologies, but the whole song was no apologies. I'm a hypocrite. Okay. Let's see here. It happens. Let's see here. I hope that continues to weaken. This storm that's moving northeast of Alexandria right now has an 11% tornado risk on it. Let's go back and take a look at that one. We're going to wait for another radar frame update on that particular storm, but wow, did that ever kick it up a notch. It looked really strong for a second, but actually it's still showing rotation on Tilt 2, and we have a report of somebody who's actually on that storm right now, and they're saying that it is rotating. So, yeah, and there's a little bit of rotation from K-Buff on that one. Let's see here. Okay, let's go back to these storms in Eastern Ontario. I want to keep King City up on my iPad so I can always see it. There we go. Okay, I'm going to keep a look on that one. That little storm, man. The little storm that could. Let's see here. Eastern Ontario is still looking pretty boring. The only thing that's really strong here is this storm that is west of Montreal. This one right here. It's still got some strong winds in there, maybe some minor rotation, but nothing has looked as strong. Oh, and this up here actually looks quite strong. Now there's another strong storm within the tornado warning in Quebec, north of Barriere, Caribou. I can pronounce
Barriere.
Caribou. Yeah, that. Okay. Yeah, that.
What she said.
Yeah, what she said, exactly. 1 second.
And I'm wondering if these storms, especially like that one in particular, Buckhorn, and the one that's kind of hitting Kawartha Lakes right now, might be something that could strengthen as it moves into Eastern Ontario later.
Maybe, but the environment overall is actually pretty low. Right now, this is under the supercell's a 1, so anything above a 1 is doable. But right now, it's a 1. I think the VTP was only a 0.25.
Yeah, definitely worth watching, though.
Definitely worth watching. Yeah, definitely. 1 second here. I'm gonna go take a look at. I just want to see. Okay, sorry, just looking at a few things in the background here. Yeah, just about to shut down the stream, and then this storm had to get interesting. Okay, so if we look at Tilt 2, we can see actually there is rotation at Tilt 2, and there's a little bit of a hook on that storm. So it's going towards Deer Bay, towards Kawartha Park, Burley Falls, Juniper Island, Mount Julian, Big Cedar, Woodview, and that storm did kick it up quite a notch. I went pretty far with my polygon here because it looked pretty strong, but I should realize that the environment is actually pretty weak, so chances of this storm going back down to sub-severe levels. But that was definitely multiple frames of really strong inflow. I would have not been surprised if that had a big-time wall cloud on it, or maybe even a funnel cloud on it, just based on that quick radar increase in strength there. But we will wait a few frames to see what's up. Again, probably going to shut down the stream. Probably. We'll see. My polygon was a little short there. Actually, should have been a little bit longer, but that's okay. Yeah, there we go. Now it's in the right spot. Okay. We'll wait and see a radar update from that one before we shut down the stream. But let's see here. Laura says, anything for Peterborough? Maybe. Where is Peterborough here? Oh, this is actually north of Peterborough. You might see some rain, maybe a little bit of lightning later. But there is this storm over here, southwest of Newmarket, which is kind of interesting. What's the environment over here? Oh, yeah, there's like 0 supercell to the west. So no supercell to the west. Probably Get Brutal says, how about Montreal? Yeah, Montreal could be interesting with these storms that are moving east of extreme eastern Ontario at the moment. This one in particular. Let's see which way it's going. I think it's moving to the northeast, though. So it might actually miss Montreal. Yeah, Montreal's just going to get a lot of rain. So there might be some flooding risk in Montreal. But the main risk is going to be to the northwest of Montreal right now. To the north and northwest. Especially way up here. Let's see. South March. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Hold on a second. Machine learning just told me that there is this storm. Where is it? Right here? Is this the one? Or the storm west of... What time was that at? 3 minutes ago. West of Canada. Oh, this one. This storm west of Canada, actually, machine learning said it has a 6% chance of a tornado, which is interesting. That kicked it up to 6. Really? That's interesting. I'm not seeing any rotation on it, though. I wonder if it's because of all this radar noise. Could be the case. All right, we wait for new updates. We sit and wait for new updates.
Look, 536 should be coming in any second now. And there it is.
There it is. And there it is. Let's go look at our little storm over here to the west. And it's even weaker. Good. That's what we want. We want it to be weaker. Still something going on until 2, but it has weakened quite a bit. I'm probably going to scrap that polygon. This is from Franktown.
That's pretty far.
Interesting. Might want to wait one more frame on that. Yeah, but from King, which is a lot closer. Well, not a lot closer. A little bit closer. It looks pretty darn weak now. So that storm really, it looked great for a couple frames and then it dropped back down. But that's okay. That's what we want. We want it to stay weak. So, and then it looks like that storm we were talking about that was moving into Canada is, what's this storm doing? I almost maybe want to hang out a little bit longer just to see. I don't think this is doing anything. No, this was looking better.
The start of the tornado watch is ending.
Aha.
So, and there's a continuation from Gananoque north to Perth into Mississippi Mills and east to the Quebec border. But areas like Kingston, Calabogie, Renfrew, Arnprior, they have been canceled.
Perfect. Good to know. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's this line basically.
Yeah, that's what they're watching, just to be 100% sure.
Especially this one. This has a little bit of mustard to it. Technical terms, mustard. Turbo Power says western part of the tornado watch has ended. Yep. Yeah, Kingston has been removed from the tornado watch, which is good. Excuse me. Kingston never wanted to be part of it anyways. I'm pretty sure. They're like, fine,
I don't think most people want to be under a tornado watch.
Yeah, there's no fear of missing out when it comes to tornado watches. We're like, nah, that's okay. You guys can keep it over there to the east. So yeah, they have dropped it for Kingston. Now you can see Kingston is still in a tornado watch, but that is actually for the waterway. There's a marine tornado watch here, but that's not Kingston. That's actually not Kingston proper. Even though the polygon for the marine tornado watch from Environment Canada does actually cover Kingston, but it's considered a water tornado watch, not a on land tornado watch.
They probably try to cover some of the shore to get any prospective boaters to say, "Hey, don't go out there."
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
my thinking, at least.
No, I think that's exactly right. Excuse me. I think that's exactly the case. So, Finland Falls might see some gusty winds here, 72 kilometers an hour ish, and that's heading towards Finland Falls or just to the north, towards Camp Kagawong, 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 towards Cameron Lake ish areas. Yeah, could see some strong winds on that particular storm to the west here. Oh, keep yawning. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna drink some water. just as I'm yawning. Good channel and great host. It was until that point. Ah, delicious water. No, but thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Shauna P says, just hopped in, got another alert for tornado watch on your app. When is the next line of storms hitting Cornwall? That's a good question. There are more storms to the west that will eventually hit Cornwall. So far, they're looking super weak. The only thing that looks interesting is maybe this storm that's just east of Franktown near Munster. This one has a little bit of strong winds to it, and it's got a little bit of a shape to it. And it is heading to the northeast. It will probably miss Ottawa, probably to the northeast. I think maybe it'll head towards Ottawa. Let's see. I think it's probably going to just miss. You know what? No, actually it will. This storm will move into Ottawa. At least into eastern Ottawa. And so we'll see. We will see what happens. Angelic says Barhaven is getting slammed with sideways rain and wind now. Thank you very much. Appreciate the heads up. Chicken Nugget says North Ottawa, please. Yeah, there's some storms heading into Ottawa at the moment. They don't look that strong. But we'll see what happens. Weather is getting crazy in Canada, says Caitlin. Thank you very much. Munster just hammered with heavy rain and winds. Thank you very much, Heather. Yeah, so this storm that's moving to the northeast is the one we're watching. It seems to be the most organized. The one that's actually moving into Ottawa right now in Canada is windy and rainy, but I'm not seeing anything strong for rotation at this point. But these storms, the one we were really excited about, we should be getting a new update. It looks like we did. Something's still going on here. Something's still going on near Hallglen with that storm. That storm is still worth keeping an eye on. Like you say, as it tracks into eastern Ontario, might start tapping into those better dynamics potentially. So we wait. All right, I was gonna shut down the stream, but the storm's decided to get interesting again. But that's okay. That's these things happen. Bugsy says, "How's Barry looking going forward?" Can I go for a walk and let my guard down? Yeah, I don't even know why you ever had your guard up in Barry. Barry was never a problem. So there's rain though. There's rain and there could be a little bit of lightning, and so I don't know if you want to go walking through that. Right now it's raining in parts of Barry, as you can see. There's some rain in Blue, and there's some heavy rain up by Midhurst and stuff. But yeah, if the rain tapers off and you don't mind getting a little wet, then and there's still some rain coming in from south of Angus, but yeah, I think you're fine. This storm that's moving through King City right now is heavy rain. That's about it. Heavy rain, maybe some lightning in there. There's lightning in these storms that are going through Kawartha Lakes at the moment. Maybe some gusty winds in there, some strong winds potentially. And then there's this that is 80, still has 80 kilometer an hour winds on it, and your Hall Green heading up towards Clarina and Havelock, Belmont area. So we'll see what happens with that. Just a Goofy Channel says, how's GTA looking going forward, Adam? Will it be okay for the rest of the night? I want to watch WWE tonight and will not be isolated in my basement. Yeah. No, I think you're fine. There's no risk for Toronto from what I can tell. I think you're all right. WWE it up. Let's see here. Jen says, Kitchener is super gusty and getting dark. Thank you very much for the report. Appreciate it. Miss Esri says, also, I sent an email if you're looking for more Twitch moderation. I'll add you right now, Miss Esri. I see you on there. I'm adding you right now. Miss Esri is always on our... yeah, you're always on our... There you go. You're a mod. Boom. Mod privileges for Miss Esri. She's always there, and she's always helpful. Sectoral leader Cody says South March is interesting. That's the Ottawa cell, right? I'm not that excited from it. I think it's a 2% turn risk on it. I don't know. Kind of boring. But let's see here. Yay, more Twitch support. Hooray. Yeah, thank you so much for all those who are helping us moderate our Twitch channel. You're talking about this storm right here? South March? Oh, I see you're talking about that. Near Canada. Yeah, some strong winds in Canada. 71, 72 kilometer an hour winds on radar. And yeah, it seems to be on all tilts. That's right. Okay. All right. We'll keep an eye on that. It is definitely increasing in strength, and that's heading into Ottawa right now. So we'll see. We'll see what it does. We'll see.
Hey, Adam.
Yep.
Since you are adding Twitch moderators, can you please add Lindsay from our team? She's been asking for a while as well. I can get her username probably real quick.
Yeah, if you can find that for her. And I don't see her in the chat right now, so I don't think I can add her. But if she can jump into the chat right now, then I can add her for sure. Michelle Harper says, just joined a few minutes ago after working all day in the storm/wind in Belleville. That doesn't sound like fun, but thanks for joining us. Ms. Esri says, I think you can add without them being there. Okay, yeah, if you can give me your username, then hopefully I can add. All right, we'll wait to see what these storms do. I'm waiting for an update here. F 42, 47. Okay, so it's not going to be long until we have an update from Franktown. And this is starting to look really strong winds here, northwest of Montreal, 100, what did I see? 107 kilometers an hour. Really strong winds on this little cell, which is still in my polygon that I put earlier, damaging winds in rotation. And that is moving to the north. It's moving to the northeast, but it looks like it's going to miss Montreal proper. It's going to head up towards Mirabel and Saint Jerome. And there's still some really strong winds in there. Maybe a little bit of rotation as well. A little tiny hook on this Saint Eugene cell. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll see. See what happens with this next radar update on this storm that's heading up towards Manotick and Uplands, heading into Ottawa. We'll see. These are the only storms left that we're interested in at this point in time. I will be right back. Give me just a second. I think my little guy needs me. I'll be right back.
While Adam's gone, I'm just going to do a quick update. Environment Canada is looking at these tornado watches still. They have now canceled from Gananoque to almost Brockville, and then north to include Smiths Falls, Perth, Carleton Place, Mississippi Mills. But they're still continuing it for Brockville and eastward.
Interesting. Thank you for
So I
that
think
update.
as
Looks
these
like
storms continue to move east, they're reevaluating the necessity for the watch.
Perfect. I'm going to add Smith. It says no matches when I type in. Oh, it says granted moderator privileges. Okay. Hopefully it works for Smith Shirosaki. And if you can get me Lindsay's as well too. All right. So there's still this interesting little storm, and it's still got a little hint of rotation here. Actually, the rotation looks even stronger until 2, so I'm glad I put that polygon out because that actually looks pretty interesting near Gilchrist Bay. Yeah, I don't think we're going anywhere for a bit. I thought we were going somewhere, but we're not going anywhere. Oh, if you want to go though, Alana, if you want to get food or something like that, it's totally fine. I'm good to hang here.
I'm still waiting for ingredients to arrive, so I'm good to hang out for a bit longer.
That's a weird nickname for Mike.
Yes, I'm waiting for him to come home with food so I can start making the food.
Ah, I see. Ingredients, they're important.
Yeah, it's a pet name I have for him, Ingredients.
Captain Ingredients, yeah. Yes, this storm, something's going on. This storm, I mean, there's no rotation on it yet, but it's coming together structure-wise. It's actually getting thicker. It was thinner and weaker and boring kind of down here, and then it kind of sharpened a bit, and now it's starting to get a little thicker. And if it does decide to rotate, that probably wouldn't be good. But right now, it just looks like a storm. There's nothing too exciting about it. Maybe some pretty strong gusty winds. And this is the one that is basically the north side of it is already into Ottawa. And the south side of it is near Baxter's Corners, tracking to the northeast towards Manotick and Heart's Desire, Ashdale, Ficco, Uplands, Barhaven area. So Barhaven's already getting the north side of it, but it is continuing to track to the northeast. And we're going to watch that one because it's still inside of the tornado watch, and it's pretty much the strongest, most isolated cell in the area. So we're going to watch that one pretty closely. It's got a 3% tornado risk on it, but the wind risk is pretty low. Overall severe risk on it is pretty low, but we'll continue to watch that one closely. Yes.
Interesting to see that Environment Canada continues to expand and extend the tornado warnings in Quebec.
Oh. Really?
Oh, and Brennan's here. At those.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He is. Oh, what a mess. There we go. We're back. Hey, now I'm smaller. Yeah, well, there's some pretty strong stuff here. This is looking pretty good. And that looks pretty good. All right, so they're still expecting pretty darn strong. Oh, yeah, it looked pretty good for a few frames there. Yeah, that looked less like noise and more like strong rotation on that storm. Yeah, there is still some rotation up there, well north of Quebec. Sorry, well north of Montreal. A couple of strong areas of rotation up here in Quebec. Strong winds as well. So that is definitely an area to keep an eye on for sure. And so tornado warnings continue for areas north of Montreal. And the tornado watch continues for... That's weird. The Weather Network just tweeted, the tornado warning for Quebec has ended.
That's weird because
that's a pretty generic statement.
Continued as of 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's definitely continued. I don't know.
There was a section where it has a severe thunderstorm warning has replaced tornado warning.
You think they mentioned the details? Just says the tornado warning for Quebec the tornado warning for Quebec has ended. Tornado warning Quebec and ended are all in capitals.
We also have someone in the YouTube comments saying that they're having issues with the app.
Uh-oh.
Cannot load location. Stittsville is not coming up for them. So wondering if we may have hit our location threshold again.
I think we might have hit our location threshold limit. Our apologies.
Sounds like a perfect time for me to come back and give you heck.
Well, I'm not a developer, so I made it absolute top priority for our development team. So they're working hard on it. They're going to get a new app version launched soon, and that will allow folks to be able to search for new locations in the app. But we have a 25,000 limit per day at the moment, and that keeps getting exhausted. Ooh, Tom Steff just said he saw a little funnel cloud. He said, lucked out today and caught a small noodle of a funnel cloud storm near Sebring, Ontario. Yeah, he did get a tiny little funnel cloud. Tom Steff knows his stuff. And when he posted that, where is Sebringville? Let me take a look. S-E Bringville, Ontario. Let's see where that is. Oh, that was the Mitchell storm. You got a little tiny funnel cloud on that Mitchell storm. All right. Tom Steff coming in with a little funnel cloud on that one. All right. Let's see here. I think I'm going to comment on the on that post. 1 second here. Oh boy. Give me a moment. Here we go. Give me just a moment. I just want to clarify something. I'm going to write, this is incorrect. The tornado warning for Quebec continues. And I'll do a hugging emoji to be nice about it. Hugging.
So they don't think you're being super rude.
After we
That's
trashed
not
the
rude.
Word Ready last night.
It's not rude when it's the truth.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like, just intentions. I'm not being rude. I'm just letting you know.
Just letting you know. Huggy emoji. All right. I want to put that out there. Okay. Let's jump back. Rachel says, can you take out the Ontario storm reports? I want to see the radar bigger and everything gets too squished. But Brendan worked so hard to make this fancy layout. Even though it squishes me and it makes it harder to read radar. We should do a poll. It'd be nice if you brought in, if you brought in Ontario storm reports and then took them out. Like, you're like, oh, something's really cool.
Internet.
Yeah, I mean that
and
would
then
that
I'll
would
be
help,
able to bring you in and have a much larger radar on the screen and have you on the side instead of having.
I see what you're saying. There's also too, it'd be cool if you brought in Ontario storm reports to say, hey, look at this really cool report, and then took it out. So that I go back to full screen.
Do that.
That would be pretty cool. Chris says, zoom out, please. Cannot see the rest of Ontario. Okay, let me zoom out.
Yeah,
and
Chris was the
there's
one
the rest
that
of
was
Ontario.
concerned about Stittsville. So if you want to maybe take a quick look at that for him, I'm sure he'd really appreciate it.
Where's Stittsville again? Is that part of
Eastern Ontario?
I thought so. Stittsville. Don't know where you are.
Yeah, you're looking at just west of Ottawa.
Oh, okay. I thought it was near Ottawa, yeah. Ooh, could be some hail right here in kind of City View area, Parkwood Hills area of, I don't know if that's a brief. That seems to be increasing in strength if all of a sudden it randomly is bringing 72.5 dBz hail on that little part of that storm. Northern Spirit is saying, that's really easy to do. Simple scene set up for stream. One with storm reports, one without. Very, very easy. Thank you very much, Northern Spirit. Yeah, Brennan's an OBS master now. It's all good. He can figure that out.
The problem is trying to deal with us being remote. Like, we're not in the same location, so we can't, like, feed into one feed.
True. Although we did experiment with that, but yeah, like you said, you need better internet for that worked. Yeah, makes sense.
And I think what could work for a later stream is if you like zoomed in like the radar and cut out the logo at the top and like the stuff at the bottom.
Oh yeah.
So it's just like let me show you something. Like this. That would look, I think, a lot better.
Yeah, I can do that. I can probably do that on my side.
What you're saying.
Oh, yeah. We'll probably do it pretty quick.
The sirens agree too.
Yeah, they definitely do.
The Toronto Symphony Orchestra.
Yeah. Let's see here. Like this. I just have to remember there. Maybe like that. Is that better?
Yeah, that looks a lot better.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll do that. I just have to remember to like really focus on the center of the screen.
I think a lot of it is also that we need to like work on the map coloring scheme and the city names. I think that will make it a lot easier to read once we figure that out.
Perhaps, yeah. Okay, so we continue to watch this storm that's tracking through parts of Ottawa. The strongest part of the storm is still to the south, but it will be moving into eastern Ottawa. Some strong winds are possible with this one. Heavy rain, torrential rain. Maybe a little bit of hail. I'm not seeing anything super strong as far as rotation is concerned. So we'll see what happens with that storm as it continues to track to the east-northeast. These ones, I'm going to get rid of this polygon now. This polygon has no purpose. This is interesting in just east of Ontario in parts of... oh, I wonder if I made this window smaller.
Yeah, that works. That's what I do.
Oh, you change the size of the window. Yeah, because now when I'm trying to compare, like, you know what I could do though? I can switch to split mode. There we go. Now I can really compare like positioning on this side lobe contamination. Now I don't think it's part of the storm. Yeah, I'll use my split mode. That's another feature that is only available on Instant Weather Pro. Is the ability to swipe back and forth between two radar products to see actually the positioning of the velocity. Aha, per pixel. Pretty cool. I should be using that more. It's a cool feature. It's actually quite useful. A lot of time I'm humming and hawing. Is that rotation exactly located? So there's still strong winds on this storm here near Clarina. I think the rotation that we were talking about earlier has weakened. I think I'm going to scrap my polygon that I put up. But let's go take a look at Franktown. I'm going to scrap that polygon for now. If it strengthens again, I will put out another one. But I think for right now, I'm going to scrap that polygon on that storm. There's a little bit of hail on it. Watch me scrap it and they issue a severe thunderstorm warning on it right away because of the hail. Yeah, I'm going to scrap that polygon. So let me do some polygon scrapping. Is that a thing? All right, let's see here. So damaging winter rotation and damaging winter rotation. I'm going to get rid of both of those. Okay, no custom polygons are left. When I hit refresh on this, you'll see it go away. And it's gone. Let's go take a look at our Newmarket storm down here. So right now we're looking at rain, and then when I swipe over, we're looking at wind. Rain, wind, rain, wind, rain, wind, wind, rain, 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 rain. Can't take me anywhere. Okay, so still trying to watch what's happening over here in Eastern Ontario. This is the main storm we're watching is this Ottawa one. Strong wind gusts. Maybe some lightning, maybe some hail. That's about it for now. That's about it for now. I'm going to go take a look in the background at VirtuWeather. Let's see if we can check some stuff out here. 1 second. That's interesting. Machine learning is talking about machine learning is talking about 6% tornado risk on this storm in the Ottawa area, which is interesting. Let's go see that storm here. There, we're gonna go look at that storm that's moving through Ottawa in VirtuWeather right now. Shall we? Let's go look at it in 3D. Let's go see. There we go. Where did I go? Oh, there I am. Okay. So this is VirtuWeather. 1 second here. Oh, there we go. Put the little logo at the top. All right. So this is the storm in its full volumetric 3D rendering, rendered in real time. So we can actually see, this is all based on real radar data. And we take, where there's heavy rain, we actually put the rain reaching right to the surface. And this is rendering this storm in real time in 3D, which is pretty cool. Cool. And actually, the motion of the clouds is based on the velocity data. So we're actually using the real wind data in the radar itself to take a look, or to try to simulate in real time how quickly the clouds are moving around, how fast the storm is moving, all of that kind of stuff. So let's see here. Cool. So let's go. So there's Ottawa right there. Let's fly into Ottawa, see what they're experiencing. And you can see all the 3D buildings in Ottawa. And this is the storm right now that is happening in the Ottawa area. So clearly some pretty strong winds. The storm is moving around at that magnitude. And let's just jump back here and take a look. So this is the storm. Now I'm kind of more into Quebec. You can see the foothills here. I'm more into Quebec, looking south at that storm. Actually, looking east at that storm. Yeah, so I'm a little bit to the east. You can see at the very top left of my... yeah, isn't that pretty wild? That's pretty cool. So that is the storm right now in 3D. That is moving through the Ottawa area. You can see all these storms happening as well, too, in Quebec. And if we go back down, there's Ottawa and Gatineau, and fly through the storm here. We're working on, we're actually going to be launching the VirtuWeather beta test relatively soon. Pretty soon, actually. We're actually just adding some more UI elements, some tutorials, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll be launching this so that you can actually check this out in real time. Put vehicles down, storm chase these storms in real time all the way across North America, which is pretty exciting stuff. So, yeah, so that is VirtuWeather. So let me know in the comments what you think about that. Pretty cool stuff. We've been working on that for a while, so it's pretty exciting. Let's see here. Oreo Cat says, I want to beta test! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Ms. Esri says, I'm excited to try it out. Chris says, can we fly inside of a tornado? Yeah, so we've already been experimenting with spawning tornadoes inside of it. We've done that in previous live streams as well. And we want to do it automatically. So as soon as a tornado warning says that a tornado has been confirmed, we're actually going to spawn it on the ground automatically inside of VirtuWeather, which is pretty exciting. Chicken Nugget says, Ottawa, heavy rain and very windy, getting pretty dark also. Thank you for that update. Appreciate it. Oreo Cat said, so awesome. Awesome. Brenda said, would it help if some of us deleted our locations from the app? No, actually, that doesn't help. It's not the locations you have saved on the app. It's just when you go to search for it. So it has nothing to do with the locations saved on the app.
The one thing I'm wondering is, does the current location have a factor? Because it's constantly like pulling that. I believe in the settings it says every 5 minutes. So is it searching that location every 5 minutes when you have the app open?
No. No, it only hits that API one time to get the lat long coordinates for that name, and that's it. And then after that,
if people are like traveling around?
Oh, that's a good point. If they're traveling and they have the app open, If they're traveling, the app doesn't do it in the background at this point. So if they're traveling and have the app open, then it would be updating locations. But if
So
and then it would be
possible for the lat and long to change a few times, even in the same location? Because I know my current location is constantly like shifting depending on the cell towers I connect to.
Yeah, if the app is open, then it would be hitting that API a lot. So that's probably why we're hitting the 25,000. Yeah. But again, when we put the location database into the app, it'll be baked right into the app, and then we'll never have that issue again. So it'll be fine. It's all good. We're gonna solve it. No worries. No worries. So yeah, that's the Ottawa storm you can see behind me right now in virtual weather, and this still seems to be an interesting storm that we're watching closely. This is actually the storm, the Ottawa storm right now. Let me flip back over to Instrument Pro so you can see what I'm talking about. So that's the storm we're still watching closely here in 2D. Back to the 2D world, the flat 2D radar that we always watch. And some lightning on this storm, the Newmarket storm here. Let me scroll back and jump over to Franktown and zoom in on the Ottawa storm. That's the main storm we're watching right now. I'm probably still gonna shut down the live stream, especially as this storm hasn't really kicked it up a notch or anything like that. It's not like the environment is increasing in strength. We're down to a 2 for supercell. That's it. And VTP is there's like a tiny little dot of 1. The most of it's 0.5. By the way, if you want to get updates on VirtuWeather, if you head over to virtuweather.com, so it's VIRTU weather, Virtue Weather. Katrina says the wind is crazy in Ottawa. Can you define crazy? Are trees falling, or is it just extremely windy? Chris says, Adam, can we get on the ground in Ottawa under the raindrops? Yep. Yeah, we're going to have it so as you go into the storm, we spawn rain particles. I can actually show you that if anybody's interested. I have to do it manually right now, but it does look pretty awesome. So if I go, let's go back to Virtual Weather for a sec. I'll show you some of the cool features here. Whoop, there we go. So I don't think there's much lightning on this Ottawa storm, but I think there is some lightning on the Newmarket storm. So let's go over and take a look at that. Where is Newmarket? I'm flying into Quebec. I'm going the wrong way. Okay, Cornwall. Let me face the north. Okay, there we go. So that's Gatineau. There's Belleville. Just doing a little flight here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn off Franktown radar. And I'm going to turn on King City radar. There we go. And so this is the Newmarket storm right now. And we should see some lightning spark in here. We'll see. We'll see if that shows up. Give it a sec. That is the Newmarket storm at the moment. But I want to show you the rain underneath. So eventually when you go underneath, you can see this fog, right? So we're actually using kind of like a fog to represent what rain looks like from a distance. And then as you go underneath it, that's when we're going to spawn rain particles. So I'm going to go into creator mode here. I'm going to go to weather layers. I'm going to go to precipitation. I'm going to turn on show procedural layers. Actually, I'll leave that off for now. But precipitation, I'm going to switch it to rain. I'm going to turn up the intensity. And you're going to see a bunch of rain. And now the cool thing is we can actually we can use the wind data to affect the rain. So if I click on our wind layer here and I turn up the wind speed and I adjust the wind degree, you'll notice that the rain starts to tilt. And so, you know, when rain's really, really heavy and we get into that kind of sideways rain, I mean, that looks pretty cool right there. How about that? Isn't that cool? That's awesome. Now, we also, if I bring the precipitation intensity back down, so back down to just a little bit of rain, let me bring it right down. And now we can switch rain, we can switch it to hail. And so now we're in a hailstorm. So this is the stuff we're going to be automatically doing. If the storm is producing hail and you're underneath it, we're going to be showing hail falling like this, and I'll obviously have the sound to go along with it. And then come winter time, we're going to be into the snow I've got the wind up pretty high right now. Let me bring that wind down a little bit so that we can watch the snow actually fall properly. So, and that's what the snow actually looks like inside of it, which is pretty cool. So yeah, so that's virtual weather. You're gonna be able to see all the different precipitation types as you go underneath different storms. Basically, you're gonna be able to storm chase in real time with real storms without any risk of getting in a car crash or worse. Yeah, which is pretty exciting. So, yeah, it's pretty awesome stuff. So I'm going to turn off. Let's go back to our precipitation layer, and I'm going to turn off precipitation, and you'll see the snow go away. Pretty cool. Okay, so let me get out of creator mode here, and I want to go see. We should be able to find. I wonder if there's any interesting storms in the U.S. we can go take a look at, because, of course, we want to keep an eye on what's happening here in Ottawa at the moment. I'm still keeping a close eye on that storm on my right screen, but I will continue to show some cool stuff on stream. You know what I got to do? I got to move the stream so I can actually see the comments. 1 second here. 1 second. Just going through. Oreo Cat says this is so cool. OMG. Oreo Cat says you're using Unreal Engine. Yeah, this is Unreal Engine 5. That's right. And we're about to upgrade to 5.4, which is going to increase performance and actually make the visuals even better, which is amazing. Joanne says, amazes me every time you show it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Kyle says, what are my computer specs? I'm running a beast computer because I have to do the live stream. So I'm running, my processor's not that strong. It's decent. It's an i5 13600K, not overclocked, but I'm running 4090. So I've got a beast video card, which helps. But I used to run it on my 3070, was fine. And we're going to be doing a version of it too, which will be a little bit more expensive, but it's for those who don't have a powerful computer. We're actually going to host it in the cloud, and so that you can just use it as a website. You'll be able to use this as a website. It's going to be pretty cool. Oreo Cat says, I'm so excited about this. Zombie says, can you test this in the States and compare it to Reed Timmer and the Dominator? For sure. Yeah, I've done it many, many times. Joanne says, do you have a dog? And do you have a cats and dog mode? Yeah, if it's really raining. Kyle says, solid computer. Yeah, it's decent. I mean, it's only DDR4, and I got 32 gigs of it, which is fine. I mean, I'm running like 4 monitors, and it doesn't even choke at all. Caitlin says, do we know the approximate dollar figure yet? Yeah, we're probably going to do it. It's going to be about the same as Instant Weather Pro, so it's going to be $100 for like $99 for the year. But then we're going to have a version where we do it the cloud hosting, and we're trying to figure out the pricing on that right now. We're thinking it's going to be like $149 a year-ish, at least to start. We can see how the pricing is, and maybe we can adjust it in time. But initially, it's going to be probably about that much, I think, just because we still have a ton of development to do. We still want to continue to increase it and performance and and a lot of stuff. So yeah, so we're working on that. So slowly but surely, we'll see. Give me 1 second here. I will be right back with you. I just need to answer this phone call, which I believe is from my son, but it could be from my wife. It's hard to say, but I'll be right back. Give me just one.
Brennan, since you have radar pulled up on screen, do you mind updating it? Because I think we might have some more tornado watches that have ended. I know the on water has definitely ended.
It hasn't ended for the on land one, from what I can tell. I just refreshed it.
Yeah, the on water has definitely ended. I just wasn't sure if there was anything else.
Oh, the on water ended? Okay. I got replaced so quickly. That was the call about my
Yeah.
pup, and he's okay. He's back home.
Oh, that's good.
That's
Yeah, yeah. They gave him something for nausea, and anyways, yeah, they're watching him closely. They're keeping an eye on him, but he's back home now, so yeah. Anyways, we'll see what happens. But anyway, so yeah, that is virtual weather. Oh, somebody said fly around the country. Okay, let me just do that really quick. Oh, sorry. Let me just fly.
Adam and Brennan, I am going to take off.
Dinner time?
My ingredients are home, so I can make dinner.
Mr. Ingredients is home?
Mr. Ingredients is home.
Okay. Say hi to Mike for us. Thank you so much, Alana. Appreciate your help.
Good night.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night. Enjoy your dinner.
Thanks.
All right. So we're flying around. Let me put on, you know, I always talk about those percentages. Let's go see if I can turn them on so we can find some interesting storms. There we go. Looks like there's storms down here in Texas at the moment. And these are the polygons that we will be adding to Instant Weather Pro too. So you'll be able to actually see all the details from them. But this storm looks interesting, so I'm going to pull it up on radar here. Give me one sec. We're just taking a look at 3D virtual weather for a second. I am watching the storm in Ottawa right now. I'm watching every frame updated. So far, it's gusty winds. Probably gonna kill the live stream after this, I would think, unless something really interesting happens. But we'll see. Sorry, I'm just taking a look at one thing in the background. Okay. Anyways, yeah. So we're gonna just take a look at the storm in the U.S. Let's see where it is. KGRK. Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna reboot this. Give me one sec, because I want to make sure the lightning comes up. It might come up. Let's see. I'm gonna go KGRK. Load the latest. Let's see. Give this a minute. Streaming the new U.S. radar. Okay, let's jump back down to surface level, and there we go. There's our storms. Okay, so, and I don't know if we have any lightning on this, but we'll see. We'll see. There should be, and if there's not, I can always restart it here. But let me move that. There we go. Okay. Oops, I removed the radar. No, I wanted to remove the severe probability. No, that's okay. I removed the wrong layer. So it says setting lightning data, so we might get lightning data, but I think I probably have to restart it. Okay, I'm going to restart it. Let me jump over to Instant Weather Pro here quick. I'm just going to restart it so that lightning data will come up with the storm. And because when you see that, it is actually pretty cool. So give me a sec here, and I'll restart virtual weather in the background. But yeah, if you go to virtuweather.com, then you can subscribe, and we'll let you know when things get interesting. When we're starting to get into launching virtual weather and all that kind of stuff. So if you subscribe, we'll let you know that stuff. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Oh, and I do want to adjust my volume. There we go. Bring down my audio. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so let's try that again. I'm going to jump back to virtual weather and give it a sec to load. There we go. Okay, so let's go take a look at a storm. So let's see here. Oh, what's going on with that storm now? Is it actually kicking it up a notch? Hello. Okay, let me take a look in the background here. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I just want to take a look at that storm from King City. Ah, it's looking relatively decent. It's starting to increase in strength a little bit. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Actually, there is a storm I want to take a look at in Ontario. I'm going to go take a peek at that right now. I believe it's this one right here. And, yeah, it's the one that's northeast of Peterborough. So let's take a peek at that. I'm going to crank on the King City radar. And we'll fly back down to the surface to take a look at that storm. Okay, cool. Oh, actually, yeah, as you zoom in, I don't know if you can see this or not, but it says it's a 12% severe risk, 3% hail risk, wind is 10%, and tornado is 2%. So you can actually see that on every single storm right there in that polygon. We should be getting a little bit of lightning data on this one. We might take a minute to show up. Yeah, I'll let that load for a second. Let's jump back over to Instant Weather Pro, and this is the storm we're actually looking at right here in 2D. There is a little something going on right about here on that storm, but I think it was actually looking more interesting right here. But as it kind of looked like a little bit of minor rotation, but it has weakened since. Let me jump over to King City to take a look at it. It was showing up on King City as well, almost identically to Franktown. And so if I go back a frame here, back to this frame right here, so you can see it almost looks identical, that wind signature, because they're about equal distance from each other. And but yeah, let's go to the latest frame, switch back over here to wind. 1 second here. If you're using Instant Weather Pro and sometimes you can't click on things or can't move the map, click on the Instant Weather Pro, the Instant Weather bar at the very top. Just click on that, and then it will reset your mouse. I've just noticed that. It's a weird little thing. Hopefully we can fix that odd thing that happens. But all you got to do is click your mouse at the top, and then you're good. That's if you're using it on a computer. You might be using it on a phone. It runs differently, obviously. But yeah, okay. Still watching that storm that is moving through eastern Ottawa. So far, it doesn't look that interesting. It looks gusty winds. Yeah, basically just gusty winds right now. Maybe some very, very weak broad rotation, but yeah, it is basically nothing. We'll watch that one, continue to take a peek at it. Chances are that's probably it. Yeah, I think we're probably going to shut down the stream now. We played a song. We've shown off Virtue Weather. Oh, I was going to jump into the States and see if we could see a storm with a lot of lightning. Okay, let's go do that really quick. Okay, we'll jump over, hop on over to Virtue Weather, and let's go see if we can find a really active storm in the U.S. here. So where did my Virtue Weather go? Come back. Let's see. There we go. You're back. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's get rid of that radar. And let's go fly. Fly me to the moon. Let me sing above the stars. I don't know. Those are probably not the lyrics. Let me know if on Jupiter and Mars. Okay. That storm actually looks decent, but I want to go check out those storms in Texas because they look like they were really cooking it up. Actually, this might be interesting. Nah, I want to go see Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas. Here we go. Heading down to Texas. Am I even going the right way? Oh, there we go. Oh, boy. It's kicking it up a notch there. Actually, wait a minute. Am I heading over to Florida? Oh, I am too. This is actually Florida over here. But those storms look interesting, so let's pull them up right now from KJGX radar. Let's load that up and let's see if we can get some activity on these storms here. I don't know why the tiles are loading slow here. They're normally amazingly fast, but it might be my internet. Okay, so let's take a look at this storm here. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. We should be getting some lightning data here. So I'm going to turn off severe probability, and then we'll take a look at that. Give me just a minute. I'm going to jump back over to Instant Weather Pro. I'll wait to see if that starts. Oh, never mind. Just as I did it. Just as I did it. So we actually have real lightning data that is showing off in the storm itself here. And you can see it looks pretty cool. Now, I don't think you can hear it. You probably can't. I can hear it in my ear, but you probably can't hear the thunder and lightning. But when you fly through it, it's awesome because it like whooshes by your head. It's pretty cool. But yeah, we're actually doing some really cool stuff as well too. Where we added a drone. So if you want to like fly around the storm with a drone, you can. Let me show you. I just go to Storm Chaser mode. As you can see, we put a flying car in there, which is kind of cool. But we're going to switch flying car back over to drone. And you can zoom in with the drone. And you can fly for it. We need to increase the speed of it a little bit because it's a little bit slow. But that is the visual from the drone itself. I think if I press C, you can actually see the drone. So we're adding that, because a lot of storm chasers lately have been getting some really cool shots with drones. So we wanted to put that in there as well too. But anyways, so that's some fun stuff with Virtue Weather. We'll go through it a little bit more later. Let's jump back into Instant Weather Pro and really analyze this data here. Yeah, just some lightning, thunder on those particular storms that are northeast of Peterborough. this storm that was kind of the last hope of things getting really strong in the Ottawa area. This looks like it's pretty darn gusty winds and heavy rain. Yeah, that's about it for that one. So, yeah, I think that's probably about it for now. We still have... One second here. It looks like they have finally dropped the tornado warning for Quebec. So no tornado warnings that I see. But that it could also be underneath that polygon right there. So not 100% sure, but there's a good chance that... oh, wow. Connor Mockett has said there's a tornado reported north of RIGAUD, Quebec at 5:40 p.m. Rigaud, Quebec at 5:40 p.m. Eastern on the A40. And that report is on Twitter as well, taken from the driver's seat of a car, it looks like, but it looks like a tornado definitely down. Very impressive photo. Okay, so there's that. Hopefully everybody stayed safe from that one in Quebec. And yeah, I'm just going to jump into the comments here. Pugsy says, that is so cool. Eric says, where are you based out of? I'm in Barrie, Ontario. Brennan's in Toronto. Alana is in Lindsay, I believe. Let's see here. Bella Love says, just because of this, I'm going to buy a huge, awesome new computer and screen just to watch this stuff. Oh, my word. Love it. That's funny. All good. All right. Heather says, looks like some coming in from Michigan into Ontario later. Yeah, could be some more storms later. It's hard to say if they're going to be severe. Probably just some rain. It looks like just some rain kind of moving in there. Nothing too exciting. The storm that is southeast of Lake Simcoe, we'll keep an eye on it, but right now it's just some lightning and some gusty winds. Same thing with this storm over here, northwest of Madoc. And if I go over to eastern Ontario, there's just that last storm heading out of Ottawa at the moment. And so far, not seeing anything too significant on it besides really gusty winds. So still some strong storms in Quebec as well, too, especially up north. But yeah, it looks like some gusty winds and some heavy rain going through Montreal at the moment. So, okay, I think that's probably about it. Thank you so much, everyone. And hopefully everybody stayed safe today. We'll continue to watch on Radar. Thank you so much to all those who have downloaded our free app, Instant Weather, those who have subscribed to remove ads from it and extend the future Radar. We sincerely appreciate your support. Thank you to all those who sent in super chats. Thank you to everybody who helped share our stream to get the word out today. And yeah, thank you so much, Brennan. Thank you, Alana. And thank you, Teresa and Patricia and Cody and Kyle and Cole and everyone on our team. Lindsay, who else I forget? Sarah, Miranda. We have an amazing team. So thank you to everybody. Teresa, of course, on the team. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you all. We'll talk to you very soon. Hopefully everybody stayed safe. We'll continue to watch these storms just in case something interesting happens. But at this point in time, we're thinking it's probably looking like the tornado watches will continue to be removed as the evening goes on. But these storms to the west could be interesting, so we'll continue to watch them. The ones south of Bancroft, so we'll see. But anyways, yeah, that's it for now. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll talk to you very soon. Thanks again, Brandon. Appreciate it.
Good night.
He's in there somewhere. Oh, there he is. Okay, perfect. All right. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.